A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me much pleasure at this time to welcome you to our 2021 Student Virtual Orientation Session. This session is hosted by the Student Retention Unit and the Regional Centers. My name is Denzel Chetty, and I'm going to be your Program Director over the next 2 days. Now, as many of you know, Unisa is one of the leading distance learning institutions in Africa. Its main vision is towards the African university shaping the futures in the service of humanity. Now, as a distance learning institute, we embrace the open distance e-learning model. This means that we aim to harness the new and emerging technologies to push Unisa into the digital future. This implies benchmarking it both nationally and internationally. But what does this mean for you as a student at Unisa, and especially for those that are first-year students at Unisa? What does it mean for you, specifically a space mediated by technology? Now, over the next 2 days, we aim to unpack what this means for you as a student and how you fit within the changing teaching and learning environment at Unisa. Now, let me begin by providing some guidelines for you for the next 2 days, colleagues. You will note that you have a chat facility on the top of your screen. And as part of that chat facility, you will use it to communicate with us in this platform. Please post your questions and comments. We have a large number of students, as you can see, currently attending. We also have a group of expertise that are working in the background to answer some of your questions and comments. Now, please bear with us due to the large number of students that we have. We might be having delays in your responses, but you are definitely going to get a response from us. So at the end of today, we will also have a Q&A session. And in that Q&A session, we will also raise some of the frequently asked questions so that we're all on board with some of those emerging challenges. Now, let us begin our program. It gives me much pleasure at this time to welcome Professor Mashile, who is the Executive Director for the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning at Unisa, to officially welcome you to our first day of the student orientation. Prof. Mashile, welcome to the platform. I now hand over the platform to you. Thanks, Prof. Mashile.
Thank you, Program Director, and all the participants, the presenters for today. I'd like to welcome you, and I'll have a special welcome to all our students who are joining the University of South Africa, the University of the Land. We really want to welcome you to Unisa, and we trust that your studies with our university will be a successful one. Now, Unisa, as the program director has indicated, is an open distance and e-learning institution. Now, an ODEL institution, as we abbreviated, has got several things that are separate from your traditional university or school environment. In other words, as an open distance e-learning student, there are certain expectations that you need to be able to fulfill. For a starter, for instance, you will not be able to get your face-to-face classes regularly like you used to have in other face-to-face settings. That will mean that there is going to be a lot of expectation from you to be able to carry your studies, to be able to study independently, to be able to assert yourself, to be able to find resources, to be able to link with other peers so that you are able to complete your studies. Studying at university in itself is not an easy task. We are not saying this to try and discourage you, but we are trying to say this so that you have proper expectations of what is lying ahead. At the end of your studies at Unisa, you will exit with a qualification that is international, that is recognized within South Africa, within Africa, and elsewhere in the world. And so the standards that we've set for the university is such that we equip you as a student to be able to participate equitably with every other student who has studied elsewhere in the country. And therefore, that comes with a lot of demands. And we will, through this orientation process, outline some of those demands, some of the things that you will be expected to do. We will explain to you the nature of your involvement in your studies and what you need to do to be able to survive, because at best, every endeavor as big and as huge as undertaking university studies might come with moments where you might need to get additional support from your family, from your peers, from the institution to carry you through. Years ago, I started this journey as well. Being fresh from school, I joined Unisa and I studied through Unisa. It was an interesting journey. And let us say that I am here to tell the story. And I've been able to live through it. And if I could live through it, you can also live through it. We have confidence that you will make it. We have confidence that you will find all the support that you need in order for you to succeed. Today, I sit in a position where I've been able to do even postgraduate studies up to the ultimate level. So it is possible. It is something that can be done. And therefore, I want to wish you well in your studies. And I ask you that you not be shy to ask for help, that you not be shy to engage with all the student support systems that we've put in place in the institution, because those things are meant to be able to help you. And we do not want you to be alone. We do not want you to feel that you cannot interact with us. And if you do those things and you focus, you will be able to tell the story that I am telling today. I therefore am excited that you have joined us as an institution, that you have joined this orientation process, and I want to wish you well in your studies. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much for those introductory words, Prof. Thank you for sharing the expectations of students at Unisa. But I think I really appreciate the fact that you shared your own experiences with the students, and that actually is something for the students to attach on, that you can succeed at Unisa, and Prof. Mashile is a testimony to that, of rising up the ranks right into administration as well. So thank you very much, Prof, for those warm words. And for encouraging our students as well. I'm sure a lot of them are now really engaged to start with the year, especially considering the COVID issues that we faced and how you've unpacked the expectations, but also how Unisa can respond to the student as well. So thank you very, very much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next part of our session, and you'll find that we've identified several themes for today. The first theme that we want to unpack, and I've mentioned this word already, and Prof. Mashila has also mentioned this word, open distance e-learning, ODEL. So what does it mean to be an ODEL institution? And we have three colleagues who will unpack that for us today. What does it mean to be an open distance and e-learning institution? I would like to firstly call up Ms. Mokopi, who will unpack understanding the academic environment in open distance e-learning. Welcome, Ms. Mokopi. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your time, but also your wisdom on this very important topic for the class. Thank you. The floor is now yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you, colleagues. Let me start, by sharing my presentation. This technology. Things are not working for me. I don't know, for some reason.
It's fine, Winnie. Do you want us to share the presentation on this side? Okay.
Is it there? If you can share it for me from that side, Denzel, do you have it?
Thanks. Richard, please. Can you share the presentation? Thanks. While we're getting Richard to start the presentation for us from his side, Winnie, your experiences at Unisa, you've engaged with so much of students. What have you found was one of the common challenges that students experience at Unisa?
Thank you, Denzel, for that question. One of the things, when I move around to visit the students is their fear, their uncertainty about, studying at Unisa. Remember, most of them probably have applied to residential universities, but, for some reasons they were not admitted. So that, on its own, it becomes a challenge because now they tend to get to a system that, they were never prepared for, that, their own grade 12 studies did not, prepare them for. So those are some of the things that, they are having problems with. They always ask about,
from grade
a lot
12
of things.
into the university system. From grade 12 into the university system, the gap, and that's also a skills deficit as well. And this is one of the things that we are trying to unpack today, colleagues, is what do you need as a student when you transition from grade 12, for example, into a university environment? And Ms. Winnie Makubi has actually unpacked it quite nicely for us. Winnie, we're now getting your presentation. The floor is yours, Winnie.
Thank you so much, even though I cannot see it completely. But it's okay. I would like to speak, to the picture that you see on the first slide where I've got the topic. This is to show our students that, they are not alone in this journey. Their hands are underneath our hands as Unisa staff. And then we are saying to them that, we are going to journey with you. We are going to hold with your hand, until you complete your studies. So they shouldn't fear that they will be alone in this journey. They have us, from all the different departments here at Unisa. So we will work with them throughout up to the end when they graduate. Can we move to the second slide, please? Today I'm going to speak about what it means, what is an academic environment. Professor Mashile spoke about the ODEL. I take ODEL as now you are in a village, but when you are in a village, you need to understand how things are done in that village, what to expect in that village. You are new, you are coming from your grade 12, and now you're entering this village that you don't understand. So I'm just going to speak to you about how this village looks like and the different residents of this village. So I've looked at, what is an ideal academic environment. It may be defined as one that best prepares students for their future professional life and contributes towards their personal development, social well-being, etc. So the ideal environment, that is the university academic environment, is there to prepare you for the outside world. It also prepares you for your own personal development as a person so that you are able, to stand the storms and proudly say, for example, I'm a Unisa graduate. And also it builds you, it builds your social well-being as a person, because you tend to, because you do work on your own, you become independent, then you get to be, well-rounded up in terms of how you do things in the society or how you have been shaped in order to do with societal issues. In this academic environment, you learn, you challenge yourself, and you become a great thinker. You grow as a student and a human being, and that I'll call transformation. It is a transition, it is a journey that you have, to go through, whereby you learn, and then along the way you challenge yourself, you've got a goal and you have to reach that goal. So, and you become a great thinker, especially in this environment of ODEL. And then at the end, you grow as a student and also a human being. So how is an academic world in an ODEL setup different from a conventional university? Your previous learning experiences or journey did not prepare you to study at an ODEL institutions. Most of you probably were looking forward to go to a residential university, but I would like to say at this point in time that, you know, you are welcome. God wanted you to study at Unisa. Don't despair. And the ancestors have also spoken. The Unisa ancestors, your ancestors, they've spoken that you are not going to get into that bus, Translac bus, to Cape Town, to Wits, to UP. You are going to be at home and study through Unisa. But, you know, your previous learning didn't, you know, prepare you for that, because that one is different, whereby it's almost similar to the conventional way, whereby there is what I call the culture of spoon feeding, whereby in your previous learning journey, you had a teacher teaching and reading for you. One book that you have for biology grade 12 gives you the ultimate answer, etc. Now you are at this space whereby 1, 2 books have to give you the answer. You have to read, understand, interpret what is in that book. No one is going to stand in front of you and interpret that book. But you are not on your own. We are with you. So how does an academic environment in an ODL setup looks like? The environment is in an ODL context, it's a flexible one. If you look at, you know, the what ODEL stands for, it's open. You can study. Anyone can study through Unisa. Distance, you can study from wherever you are and whenever you pace your studies. And then we have added the e-learning, whereby we are saying we need to prepare our beautiful students for the outside world. Let's introduce them to the technology. And then that technology, you are going to see it as you go through that. Okay, fine, you get, you know, printed material, but mostly we will use the technology for your own studies. And that on its own, it prepares you for the outside world. It prepares you to stand, you know, with your other counterparts who are coming from other universities. And I would like to say to you, we are going to come out being the best. Don't underestimate yourself. Don't listen to what others are saying that, you know, they are at these universities, you know, and then you are at Unisa. You remain the best throughout and throughout. And then you will see that as you try, you know, you go through your studies over the years. In an ODEL environment, it means the study space can be someone's home, a public library, or any place that may be conducive for them. We are not restricting. We are saying, Unisa, everyone comes in as long as you qualify, because you can study from everywhere. We don't have to give you a classroom. We don't have to give you a residence for you to study. You use your own home. You use your own, the public libraries that are there, or any environment that is conducive for you. It entails creativity and thinking out of the box, where learning happens online, in the community where the student is based. So when you are studying alone, because you are going to journey on your own, with the help that, you know, we are offering you, that, you know, some of my colleagues are going to speak about, in order to make sure that, you know, learning is easier for you and enjoyable. We are, you are going to read for yourself, interpret, and think out of the box. You read and then you move. You can, you know, think out of the box, and then if possible, move away from that box to show how good you are because of the kind of environment that you find yourself in terms of studying. Your students are responsible for planning their studies and managing time effectively. You need to plan your studies. Remember, even though it is a distance learning institution, you don't have 30 years to complete your BA degree. And you also need to manage your time effectively. So those plans, you need to work around them, and then how you manage your time in terms of the modules that have been allocated to you. Remember, you'll be doing the reading alone, even though there'll be other support, from tutors and all that. But most of the time, you'll be reading alone. So you need to plan those things. You plan your studies. When am I doing psychology 1501 today? When am I doing economics 1? So those things need, to filter in terms of your planning. And then I will advise you that you start doing it. If you have received your material, I'm hoping that you have started doing that. There are no contact sessions. Can you go to your previous? There are no contact sessions with the lecturers. Professor Mashile has spoken about that. There are no classes, because that is one question that, when I visit the regions, students ask, when am I going to see the lecturers? And we say, oh, because it's a distance learning, we don't have classes, so you won't see your lecturers all the time. But you can communicate with them via email or telephone. It's not that you shouldn't despair. And then after all this, we teach you to be an independent learner, because it's very difficult, but we need to build you, because you don't have to depend on anyone. Even if you get the support from a lot of people, at the end, you want you to be independent. You interrogate and make sense of the study material that are prescribed to you. So you need to continue reading to understand. And then if you don't, you need clarity, there are people to contact, including your lecturers. The students are at the center of their studies. You are the driver of your studies, and then we are there. If you were to say you are a ball, we'll have all to put our hands, behind you and push you, because you are at the center to make sure that you do the right thing. So we put you at the center in everything that you do. So in an ODEL environment, communication is in a form of tutorial letters, study guides, technology that is available, etc. So you will get, printed material from Unisa, that is ODEL. You'll get that material from us that you have to read, use to submit the assignments, and there are also tutorial letters. So the tutorial letter, when you read your tutorial letter, when you read your study guide, picture your lecturer in that study guide and in that prescribed book, in that study guide, because the tutorial letter, because they are written by them. And then let's say you are reading tutorial letter 101, you're reading study guide, study unit 1, and then just, I'm the author of that, just see myself there, even though you have never seen my face. So you treat it like that, even though you don't see your lecturers every day, but just create this face, in your study guide and your tutorial letter. And I'm seeing this person is not talking to me via the study guide, he's talking to me via the tutorial letters. And also the technology is very important. This is just the beginning of introducing you to the technology by having this virtual orientation. We are going to use my Unisa, for example, where you can access your study material also without waiting for the printed version. You can access that. So it is important for you to familiarize with the technology that Unisa has for you. That will make your life easier. And remember, you are the best. You are the best and you remain the best because you have studied with Unisa. You know the difficulties and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Makopi, for unpacking the academic environment for us. As I listened to your presentation, the two words that came out for me were transformation and graduateness. And I thought that was so critical for us. It links directly back up to our vision and mission statement at Unisa as well. But you also unpack something quite nicely for us, is the academic skills that are needed for our students to function in this environment. And you touched on time management, digital skills, and also the independent learner aspect as well. And I think those are good points that you brought across, and it actually helps our students to understand what's actually expected from them in this environment. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've taken note of Ms. Makopi's very strategic points on how to manage the learning environment and specifically the academic environment. Moving on from Ms. Makopi, we now have with us Professor Letseka. Professor Letseka is a good colleague and also a good friend, but one thing I like about Professor Letseka is that his humility in the way he unpacks what it means to be an ODEL institution. Now, Professor Letseka is also the UNESCO Chair on ODEL at Unisa. Professor Letseka, welcome to this platform. I know we've had several conversations previously and also a video on specifically on what does it mean to be an open distance learning institution. So it's actually great to have you specifically at the student orientation session to share with us, as well with some of the students that are watching at this time, right at the beginning, what do we mean by an open distance learning institution? The big question, Professor Letseka. The floor is now yours.
Sorry, I was muted on the mic. I'm what you call the born before technology generation. Let me see if I can share my presentation. Okay, cancel this. I need to just clear. Just give me a moment while I clear some of this riffraff here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, here we are. Can you see my presentation now?
Thanks, Prof. I think the colleagues will just put it live and you can go into full screen.
Yeah.
Perfect, Prof.
Right. Is it morning or what? Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for the opportunity to be part of this forum. Rashidi contacted me about some few weeks ago, well, the university lockdown came in and we had to postpone. But I'm glad to be here. I'm glad that this event is on. So I've been asked to speak about this concept. What is an open distance e-learning? What is open distance e-learning? And I think the previous speaker has alluded to that. So I get a sense that as I present, there will be sort of overlap and convergences in what I'm going to say and what I believe Professor Mashile and the last speaker spoke about. I want to start by basically sharing this wonderful image. Every time when I go worldwide and I speak about Unisa, I share this image. This for me is a wonderful picture of Unisa, but it can be very deceptive. The last speaker spoke about you don't have to be in class, you don't have to be everywhere else, but we have this massive structure called Unisa. This is where we do our business. This is where our offices are. This is where we have a studio, and this is where we have ICT. We have basically everything is centered here, but this is not where classes take place. We have been described as a mega distance education institution. I think for those of you who do not know, there are many open distance e-learning universities on the continent of Africa, many of them, but some of them are relatively small. There are two mega universities on the continent of Africa. It's Unisa, and then there's another university called NOUN. It stands for the National Open University of Nigeria. Now, in terms of demographics, population-wise, I think in South Africa we are approaching 60 million people. Nigeria has over 200 million people. So relative to population, NOUN is bigger. NOUN has gone over, I think they are approaching 1 million students. We are standing now, I'm okay. We have kept our student intake to just over 400,000. So we are big in that sport. And that's exactly the point. Unisa was initially instituted as in the olden times, an institution that really never created space for students to be around in buildings, to sit in classes with people. Traditionally, Unisa was known as a correspondence university. So before the onset of digital technology, we had envelopes, we had learning materials, we packaged them and we put them in envelopes. We gave students a whole range of paperwork, the study guides, the study material. It would all be sent by post, and they would go and collect it, read it, write, and also send the stuff by post. But we have gone beyond that. And I think one of the worst experiences we learned from was the incessant postal strikes that basically showed Unisa that we can't rely on exchanging hard copy papers with students, so we have to go digital. And that's in line with other universities. I've had the opportunity to interact with colleagues at the Open University in the UK. I've had the opportunity to interact with colleagues at Athabasca University in Canada. And because of the technological divide, those are universities that are way ahead in terms of the uptake and utilization of digital technology in making teaching, learning, research, and community engagement success. So I spoke about this. This is a sort of tool that I use to show what makes us a bigger university. As you can see, my stats only goes as far as 2017. I think 2018 we had gone over 400,000. So we are relatively huge. I always say to people, when I joined Unisa in 2008, 2009, I found myself in a difficult position where I had to teach a B.Ed honors class in the then School of Education, and I had 15,000 students to myself. 15,000. Now, that's in case you do not know what that means. 15,000 is the size of both Rhodes University and Fort Hare combined. For me, that was my class. But given the distance learning character of Unisa, I didn't have to see the students. I interacted with the students on my Unisa. Once in a while, I would have some videos where I would talk to those that wanted to talk to me. But generally, the character of Unisa is that it's a distance learning institution. And now, with the onset of the fourth industrial revolution and digital technology, we have now adopted a new policy that makes us an open distance e-learning. E there stands for electronic. So we are a distance learning using electronic devices to facilitate teaching, learning, research, and community engagement. And this is a slide that I like to use because I use it to poke fun at some of the institutions. But most of you will know that the rest of the other universities that are content, they have a low respect, low opinion of Unisa, and there's a sense that when you are in open distance learning, when you are not in the lab, when you don't go into lecture theater, you are not actually getting learning. But here is confirmation by our former Vice Principal Research and Innovation, Professor Pakeng, who is now the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town. Following the outbreak of COVID-19, she came out and said, no, we all need to go online. She says improved distance learning is key during the wave. So everybody now is clamoring to go online. So I think we're in a better space because we're in a space where we have been close to 150 years. Unisa has been operating in this line. Okay, but like I said, we are not alone. And it's important that we get this picture right. Unisa, the Open University, Athabasca, I mentioned the National Open University of Nigeria. I serve and I was a visiting professor in the Mauritian Open University. You have the Botswana Open University in Gaborone. There's the Tanzanian Open University. There are so many. There's a Namibian Open Learning College, NAMCOL. There's the whole proliferation of open distance and e-learning institutions in Southern Africa and across the world. The question is, what is it that marks these institutions? These are institutions that deviate from the norm of a university as a contact institution where we all congregate. And I think COVID-19 comes in and puts us in a pound seat because we don't actually need to congregate. So whenever I speak about Unisa and the other open universities, I always identify 5 pillars. I've chosen to speak here about openness. But open distance learning universities are open, they are accessible, they are flexible, they are supportive, and they are affordable. Those are the 5 pillars. Can I repeat that? And I'll go slowly. They are open, they are accessible, they provide access. Unisa provides access. A lot of young people who cannot get admitted into contact institution because the spaces are full, Unisa provides access to such people. A lot of people that missed out on the opportunity to study for a degree and they are now working, they are married, they have children, they cannot afford to go back to school, to sit in a class and absorb lectures. They have an opportunity to study with Unisa because Unisa provides access. But open, I've got the features here that explains what open is. And Professor Makwe speaks a lot about open. Professor Brenda Gowley, who is the former Vice Chancellor of the Open University in the UK, has written a paper on the Open University and understanding openness. What does it mean to say you are open? We are open because we offer open education. We are open because we operate on the open learning platform. We are open because we offer open online courses. We are open because we use open educational resources. We are open because this material, we offer it through open licensing, open access, open source. So everything is open. There are debates, though, as to whether Unisa is actually open. And I'm not going to get into that because my loyalty is with Unisa. I'm not going to come here and paint Unisa as not open. I think Unisa is open. I think you students, what you need to do is to simply log into the university virtual library, and you'll see that if you log on with your student number, you have access to millions and millions and millions of digital resources. That's open source, open access, open licensing. We are open. The previous speaker said we are open because you can learn whenever, wherever you are. You can be in Market Bean, you can be at a coffee shop somewhere in a mall where you can access Wi-Fi. Then you can access the course settings. And this is what openness is all about. Openness simply means you don't have to go and be at a gate where you have to have access, where a security guard has to open for you. Wherever you are, if you have a computer and you have access to the internet and you have Wi-Fi and you have your login, whatever, you can access the material at Unisa. There are challenges with that, and I'll come back to those at the end. But distance learning universities, as they are, they operate on what is called distance learning, which means we reach out to our students and our students reach out to us as an institution from a distance. And I've just been invited now to address the Ubuntu Leadership's E-Academy. I'm going to be speaking to probably 800 students from over 30 countries across the world. They'll all be logged onto their computers. They don't have to come to Unisa so that they can see me. They don't have to come to Pretoria so that they can access the material or engage with me. If they have to engage with me, they can simply raise their hands on either Microsoft or Microsoft Teams or Zoom, or whichever platform we'll be using, or they can put their ideas on the chart. This is exactly what distance learning is all about. Right now, here I am. I'm sitting in the comfort of my lounge in Murata Park, and I'm talking. I don't know how many people are here, Denzel.
Not too sure, Prof, but I know the stats currently shows more than 1,000 plus.
There you go. So here I am sitting in my office, in my lounge, which has now become my office because of COVID. But I'm talking to people who are logged onto Microsoft Teams across the. I'm sure there are also students from outside South Africa. But that's exactly what distance learning is all about. Distance learning means the ability to reach the knowledge sources wherever they are, wherever you are, just on the click of the button. And that's what distance learning is all about. The business of ODEL universities, that they operate on a distance learning mode. And the previous speaker spoke about online. There it is. We utilize online facilities, the digital technology, the fourth industrial revolution, soon to become the fifth industrial revolution, thanks to Huawei in China. But what this means is that wherever you are, at any time, you can access Unisa, you can access your lecturers, you can access the library, you can actually access the material, and you can do that at your own time. An open distance e-learning institution allows you to study wherever you are at your own pace, and typically you're not supposed to be bound to the timetable. And these are the challenges that have emerged as far as Unisa is concerned. People who have criticized Unisa have often argued that, but Unisa claims to be open, but it offers time-bound timetables. Assignments have to be submitted on this particular day. Exams have to be set on this particular day. So once those time-bound restrictions are there, questions will always be raised as far as our openness, that characteristic that marks who we are, is concerned. But we live by the principle that we are an open learning institution. We provide teaching, learning, research, and community engagement on online platforms. What that means then, dear students, and I know there's a whole myriad of generations. There are people here who are probably in their 20s. There are people who are in their 30s. But I do expect, given that Unisa is an adult institution, I do expect that there are mature working people who are in their 40s, who are in their 50s. You have come to an institution, you are trying to enroll in an institution that then operates e-learning. You need to be comfortable with the utilization of digital devices. I'm talking to you now through my laptop, but I often switch. I can hold sessions through my tablet. When I'm driving, I log on my smartphone. I use an iPhone 11. I log on my smartphone. I connect it to my Bluetooth facility in my car. I can hold a meeting. I'm going to be conducting an interview right now at 1. I'm going to be interviewing someone. I'll be doing it through Microsoft Teams, logged onto the Bluetooth in my car. That's exactly what it is. It's e-learning. We need to develop that mindset that in modern times, digital technology has come in and it has swept everything away. We speak about artificial intelligence, we speak about virtual reality, we speak about blockchain. This is who we are. So the e-learning requires you to develop comfort in the way you utilize technology. If you cannot be comfortable with the use of digital technology, you snooze, you lose, you're going to get left behind. We do not want that. The previous speaker says we are with you all the way, but we can only be with you all the way if you are with us all the way and you are with yourself. You need to take charge of your life. If you are not familiar with this digital space that we're working in, you need to make an effort. Unisa offers a whole variety of training. That's part of the supportive element of an institution. If you're not familiar with, let's say, the learning management system, Denzel, and then we can actually tell students, we used to use Sakai, and I was very impressed. Yesterday, I was in the college executive board meeting, and someone from ICT came in and was making a presentation. We are now transitioning from Sakai to Moodle, and so everybody else will be grappling with this new platform. So it's important that the students who are coming in, you should know that the learning management system involves grappling with the technology that makes teaching, learning, research, and community engagement a worthwhile thing to do. So it's important that you take charge of your life. It's important that you familiarize yourself, you acquaint yourself, you become knowledgeable in technology. The world now is digital. The world has gone digitized. We are technologically connected, and if you cannot, then you won't survive at Unisa. It's important that we understand that the e-learning environment is what shapes who we are. I decided to share this because we can talk about e-learning, we can talk about it, but if we cannot break it down into components, people might not understand. There are 3 levels in which each one of us becomes digitally competent. Denzel, you are aware of this now. You are the nerd in our midst. Whenever I talk to you, I know I'm talking to a nerd, somebody who can just unpack things. So, for you to operate at Unisa, I titled this slide, "The Need for Digital Competence." You need to be digitally competent. And Derek Wenmoth, in a book, breaks down digital competency to these 3. Don't worry, Denson, I'll make this slide available. You don't need to write. Makes these demarcations to say, anybody else who knows how to use, let's say, a smartphone to send WhatsApp or to call or to do video, you are at a level of digital proficiency. This is considered just an entry level where you can demonstrate the skills of using digital technology. You can use a phone, you can send a text, you can do other things. It's the entry level. It's at the level of knowledge cognition. Do I have the foundational knowledge required to handle a smartphone, to switch it on, to answer the phone? But you need to move a step further. Digital literacy is an advance from digital proficiency. Then you now have the understanding of the application. Can I apply these skills that I have effectively in ways that add value to the work that I do? In a sense, can I use digital technology to make a difference, to create impact, to communicate, to make my work visible, to go into all the social media platform and to basically brand myself? In my use of technology, is my use of technology a regular and integrated part of how I work? Do we think, smell, breathe, dream technology? We are now in a digital era, and if you cannot embrace technology and make it your tool of a trade, you're going to get left behind. This slot simply says, for us to to operate in an open distance e-learning, we need to be digitally literate. Do I exploit the potential it provides to work differently and in collaboration with others? When you are in Twitter, when you're on Facebook, when you're on Instagram, you are linking with others. It's collaboration, but at a scholarly level, we wanted to collaborate with people at a collegial scholarly. Can you link with students who are doing similar courses at Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University? Can you link with students at UCT through digital connectivity? Can you then access their material? Can you use that opportunity to cross-pollinate and enhance your work and make you a better student? At the top tier of digital competency, Wemoth says it's when you are digitally fluent. I'm in awe. I'm held in awe by my 14-year-old grandson Elliot. He's a digital nerd. He was born into technology. Sometimes I have problems with my computer. He always comes in and just click, says, "Datemogolo, there you are." I mean, he's 12. But these are kids who are born. We cannot compete with them, but we can try to be as good as they are. We need to be digitally fluent. Do I demonstrate understanding of what it means to be digital and to think digitally? Is my digital behavior respectful of others? And do I demonstrate the technical, social, legal, and moral understanding to enable me to be successful and safe in the digital world? And if you are not, you know, you get spammed, you get hacked. So it's about when you are digital fluent, it means you are capable, but you also possess what is called digital responsibility. Look at the box at the bottom there. You now have what is called digital wisdom. You are able to analyze, you are able to evaluate, you are able to make sense of your world and be self-critical about how it is. But you can pick up a device, you can multitask, you can move from one device to another, but you can utilize the digital devices to the optimum to make your learning experience in a distance e-learning environment an enjoyable and fruitful experience. So this is it. So I decided that instead of just talking about this structure, I'll share with you some sources. This is a book edited by Alan Martin and then Mardikon, and they define digital literacy as the awareness, attitude, and ability of individuals to appropriately use digital tools and facilities to identify, access, manage, integrate, evaluate, analyze, and synthesize digital resources, to construct new knowledge, to create media expressions, and communicate with others in the context of specific life situation in order to enable constructive social action and to reflect upon this process. We are an academic institution. Our role as an academic institution is to open spaces for you to engage with the paradigms, with the epistemologies, with the ontologies, with the theories. But for us to do that, we have to have a handle on the digital devices, digital resources. We have to be in the digital space, and this is what being digitally literate is all about. Denzin, I'll share this with you. The books, I have them electronically, and I'll also share them with you if you want to. If you want to share them with the students, if students want to understand and journey with me in this, I'll be more than comfortable to share the sources with them. What about digital fluency, the very top tier? Here is here are two people, Briggs and Marquis. They say digital fluency is the ability to reliably achieve desired outcomes through the use of technology. All right, the ability, Sparrow comes in and says the ability to leverage technology to create new knowledge, new challenges, and new problems, and to complement these with critical thinking, complex problem solving, and social intelligence to solve new problems. So we are not into digital technology for the fun of it. We are not into digital technology as young people do to take selfies or to share pictures on Instagram. It's a good thing because it allows you to have your spare time. But for me, as the holder of the UNESCO chair on open distance e-learning, it would fill my heart if students can demonstrate that they recognize that digitality has become the tool of the trade when you are associated with an open distance learning institution. You cannot work or study in a university like Unisa or any of the open distance e-learning institutions if you don't have a hold on digitality. You must be digital. You must be digitally fluent. You must be digitally competent. You must be a digital nerd. You must actually think. You pick up the phone, you sign. You must sign documents. Don't say, I can't sign it because I'm waiting for a hard copy. No, you must have a signature on PDF. When I travel, my secretary sent me documents. Prof, can you sign this? In that moment, when it comes, I open it, sign it, send it back. A few minutes later, Prof, thanks, I'm sending it to finance. So if we do that, we create an atmosphere of efficiency. So if I have to go back to these are skills that we need in order for us to flourish in a distance e-learning environment. We should start at proficiency, we go to literacy, but when we are fluent, then we are having a ball. And there it is. I've just defined what fluency is. I like this slide because this slide says to me, you know, I was in Dublin, I think it was in November 2019, and my secretary was with me there, and an exam was scheduled for her, and she had to sit for an exam online. Unisa has now taken this whole element of digitality to the highest level. Unisa academics who are in the house will know that this year we administered online exams, and I think with success. So if you are joining Unisa, do not expect that you'll go to next to Pildish to that exam center and you're going to sit there. COVID-19 makes it difficult for us to congregate. So you're not going to be sitting in those exam hall to write exams. You're going to be writing exams online. So it's important that you also understand what is the modus operandi of writing exams online. Are you wondering how to prepare yourself for your online exam? Unisa will provide training for that. We have already done that with success. But I wanted to draw attention, and I think if I can speak about digitality, it's such a snazzy thing, and it's easy for us to be carried away by the fact that once we speak about the fourth industrial revolution, we talk about digitality, we talk about laptops, Dell, Lenovo, or we talk about tablets and smartphones. The world is an oyster. No, it's not like that. South Africa is a different country, and I think we need to be. What have I done now? Sorry. We need to be mindful of the fact that South Africa is an unequal society, and Statistics South Africa. Tenzin, have I stopped sharing?
No, you're fine. Prof, continue.
I needed to go back to that. Yeah, here. Let me go back to the slide. Statistics South Africa conducted a massive household survey and then released this sobering report in 2019 titled Inequality Trends in South Africa, a multimodal diagnostic of inequality. And I think now that you're all here, it would be a travesty of justice if I don't draw your attention to this. This is a report that basically says to us, COVID-19 has come, and COVID-19 has created an environment where online learning is the order of the day. We all have to, because we are prohibited to congregate because of the COVID-19 protocols of social distancing. If we ignore that, we are going to generate what the president spoke yesterday about the fear of this country going into the third wave of infection. So we need to be responsible enough to understand that we can't congregate, but we need to use online facilities. But then again, we also need to be acutely aware that much as Unisa is an e-learning institution, and it requires everyone to have these devices that we are connected with, not all of us are privileged enough to have this. This country is without doubt one of the most unequal society in the world, and the inequalities are in terms of income. The inequalities are in terms of socioeconomic differences. There are what we normally call the haves and the have-nots. Professor, what's his name, in the University of Natal, wrote a book, We Are the Poors, and in it he spoke about sensitizing us as academics, particularly in the distance learning institution, to be mindful of the fact that there are many of students who come from acutely, seriously disadvantaged environments where the parents don't earn, they are below what the World Bank and the IMF describe as the breadline, where people are able to command $2 a day to put bread on the table. There are many families that are even below that level. These are families where they do not know whether they will have anything to eat in the evening. But these are very people that, as Unisa, when we speak about openness and we speak about creating access to higher education, we should be focusing about those. But these are the very people also who are digitally excluded. And unfortunately, in terms of population and demographics, the marginalized, poorest of the poor, excluded people, invariably, they constitute over 75, sometimes to 80% of the total population. So the inequalities are here. When you drive along N3, you go to Durban and you go to that bridge where on your right, it will be Alexandra Township. If you look at that, it's a swath of Alexandra, which is a massive informal settlement. But at the background of Alexandra, it's Sandton, where there are towers, multi-million opulence. That's, for me, a typical indicator of how unequal we are as a society. So it's important that we become empathetic and we become sensitive to the fact that not all of us are privileged to be, for example, logged on Microsoft Teams right now. There are some students who are not able to partake in these conversations because of the inequalities. There is the picture I'm talking about. You see, this picture is a clear picture of what it is. This is the background of Alexandra Township, but look at the background. You have Sandton, bigger hotels, Hyatt, you name it, the towers, and people there drive expensive Range Rovers, Land Rovers, Mercedes, but down here people live in squalor and poverty. So much as we are open, I think it's important that in this very gathering we should be mindful of that. We should be sensitive. We should be empathetic. So when you are a student at Unisa and you are locked on the ODEL environment, always ask yourself, you are privileged. What about my fellow colleague here? Are they in the same position? And as a professor of African philosophy and Ubuntu, one of the things that I emphasize on, even when I talk about Unisa being an open distance learning, I always emphasize that let's conduct our business at Unisa with a sense of Ubuntu. I am because you are, and since you are, therefore I am. We cannot be alone, and these inequalities are critical. Professor Makanya came back from a training in Harvard School of Leadership in Massachusetts, and when he came back, he designed what he called the 11+C's principles. They are all C's. They speak about compassion, communication, caring. And it's important that we understand that we are a distance learning institution and people are trying to reach us, but there are challenges out there. One of the things that concerns me is when you, the students, you are in Kurumani, you are in Lusikisiki, you are somewhere in Haramatlabama, where the network is poor, and you are trying to reach Unisa, you pick up your phone and you struggle. Ultimately, somebody answers your phone, and the reply you get, hey, don't be stupid. You called law. This is not education. For me, those are the things that we need to talk about because they basically show that even we as academics, we miss out on that empathy, that sensitivity to say, just because I'm sitting in an office where there's Wi-Fi, there's everything else, the world out there is not like the glass house that I find myself in. I think it's important that as academics, we become sensitive to the ivory tower that we tend to cocoon ourselves. So I needed to talk about this because this is something that is very clear to me. You see these contrasts. There are people who come from this right end who are sheikhs, who need an education. People who are here are people who have benefited. So I needed to speak about this because it's something that is very dear to me. These are the inequalities that the report brings, that in 2015, a Black African household had an annual median expenditure of just over 9,000. A white population groups had an annual median expenditure of just over 100. Can you see the disparity? So the inequalities are here, and much as we would like everybody else to be digitally connected, 10 times the Black African household annual median, that's the difference between the earnings. So while we are mindful of this, and this for me is always a call for Unisa to strengthen the support mechanisms. And we need to make laptops available to students. We need to make tablets available to students. We need to make data available to students, because there are students for whom data is obscenely expensive, for whom if they don't have access to data or the digital devices, then we are implicitly excluding them from this open, accessible, supportive, affordable, and flexible environment of open distance learning. So again, this is just to show that while by the way, when you calculate the Gini, the lower it goes, once you get to 0, you get to a completely equal environment. But the higher it goes, then it means you're looking at the more unequal. So in terms of race, African people, black people, I wrote black there, but they're African because colors and Indians and Asians are also black. If you talk about African people, they are the most excluded people, 0.56 in terms of the Gini coefficient. Whereas the colored people are 0.5. But look at the white populations, they are at 0.3. They are edging closer to 0, which means they are in more position where they can access resources. So for me, distance e-learning is a powerful theme, but I'm seeking in this presentation to sensitize all of us to the fact that it's important that we understand that the inequalities are there. It's a good thing to say we learn online. It's a good thing to say we are e-learning. It's a good thing to say we are open, we are accessible. But if we can be open and accessible, but there are multitudes and millions of people that are digitally excluded, that therefore cannot access the courses, the material, the digital library, then we are failing. So I want to stop there. That's my take. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. While I'm waiting for the colleagues.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. It's always a pleasure to hear you unpack the open distance e-learning environment at Unisa. And what I like more specifically is that you didn't ignore the realities that confront us as Unisa. And one of the things that we strive for as an institution, and our students will see this, is that we as an institution, we know where you've come from. We know the challenges that you face. We've been throughout the country with some of the projects, even Prof. Mashile, and we've engaged with students. And some of the challenges that Prof. Letseka has mentioned, we're well acquainted with in terms of the socio-economic dynamics that face you as students. And this is why the way we define open distance, the way we actually apply the concept at Unisa is responsive to these changes. So thank you very much for that, Prof. But also for orientating our students to the realities on the ground as well, because that also allows them to understand the students that they are working with, the peers in their network as well, and the disadvantages that our country brings, but how we can monitor some of these things and create more fair spaces for us to engage. It's been amazing listening to you, Prof. So thank you very, very much for that. And I think we will take you up on that offer for that resources and shade on our Unisa open learning space as well. So thank you, Prof.
I'll share the presentation with Rashidi, and the extra books, I'll make them available for anyone who wants to explore them further. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this conversation. I realize that I've overstepped my time. Somebody's always writing there, Prof, you talk too much. My apologies.
Thanks, Prof. No, it's a pleasure hearing you,
Bye.
Prof. We appreciate your time with us. Thanks, colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next speaker, and Mr. Chijano is going to build up from where Prof. Letseka and Ms. Mokopi also left off. And he's going to talk to us about understanding student support and the role of students in an open distance e-learning environment. We've heard reflections of this in the previous speakers, right from Prof. Mashile as well. And now we have Mr. Chijano. Welcome, Mr. Chijano, and thank you for sharing this with us. The platform is now yours.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to appreciate the time that the committee has given me to share my thoughts and the little information that I'm going to be sharing with students. And I'm going to be talking with students regarding the role of student support and what part can they play in their success. And I'm going to be doing this and talking to students as one of the previous students. I started at Unisa as a student, and I've sort of moved up the ranks to the point where I was peer tutor at some point, and I also moved and became face-to-face tutor. I also went and worked in administrative section of the university, dealing with registration, bursaries, and so forth. And then later I realized that my calling is more in academia, where I then moved to academia, and I'm now a lecturer in the Department of Business Management at the College of Economic and Management Sciences. However, during my tenure as a lecturer, I was also then seconded to the Office of the Dean, where I'm now Technology Enhanced Teaching Coordinator. It sounds like a long term or title, but basically I deal with technology related issues that can enhance our teaching and learning, and that is the role that I'm currently at. And I was sort of asked to come and present to you on this topic of student support and the role of student in an ODEL. And I'm glad that the previous speakers have sort of made it easy for me in one way, but then at the same time, they've also sort of made it difficult for me, because they are such good speakers, and it's always difficult if you follow after the previous good speakers, but I'll try my level best as well. So now, be that as it may, we now need to understand what is Unisa. And as I said, previous speakers have sort of unpacked the role of Unisa and what it is. But what I thought we need to emphasize, that Unisa is different way of learning compared to other traditional universities. And it is at this point where student needs to understand, why am I going to Unisa? Why am I entering into this marriage with Unisa? And the other second point there, it indicates that there is a physical distance between you and the university. And Professor Sega, when he started with his presentation, he indicated our mega building at the mountain. And I think everyone else who have never been at Unisa, as they pass through R21 going to the airport or Compton Park, they see this huge building that they sort of want to associate themselves with. There are those who are sort of longing to come and work at Unisa by just seeing our beautiful building. But it doesn't mean that you will have to come to the building every day. And now with the COVID and working from home, we're in a virtual space where that physical, we can even feel it as colleagues, because I don't know when last did I see you, Denzel, as the program director. It's about 2 years ago, but we were able to meet virtually and talk. As a lecturer, I've been meeting my students virtually through our Microsoft Teams and other virtual platform, and the work has been progressing. So students also need to understand that as they come into this journey, you need to realize that these are some of the aspects that you will need to adhere to, and at the same time adjust. And Professor Sega also indicated that you need to explore technology, and it is in one of my presentation. But again, for most of us, this means that our previous learning experience will not have prepared us for Unisa study journey, because wherever you're coming from, be it at another university or high school level, you wouldn't have thought, why did I bring myself into this? Because you will have to receive your own study material, try to understand it, and you'll have lecturers. So you're not going to have daily lecturers compared to other traditional universities. Hence, we are saying this is a different way of learning. But I must promise you, without even frightening you or putting you at an ease, it's such an enjoyable experience. And as I indicated, I started my academic journey at Unisa. All my qualifications except the masters have been at Unisa. And it is such a wealth of experience and a journey that you will walk through, as long as you adhere to some of the principles which I will share with. But again, what is more important, you can see I've also emphasized you there in my presentation, that as a student, you take the role. You are in the control. You are responsible for planning your own studies. You manage your time effectively. And like I said, you don't have to attend any daily classes. You'll just get extra support in form of tutorial classes that will be done by your tutors or e-tutors, where we're going to facilitate that teaching and learning virtually. But most importantly, you will learn from the distance, and you connect through internet. Much as we hear the stories about inequality and access, but where we are at the moment, especially considering the era where we find ourselves in, internet is at the cornerstone. Technology is at the cornerstone of most of the things for them to happen. And if you have sort of completed your previous qualification at previous university, be residential university, it is mostly important that you think about adjusting yourselves to make sure that you become a successful student at Unisa. And for that reason, you sort of need to know where you are at the stage. And we have got what you call Unisa student walk. That will sort of take you, and you should be able to look at the picture where in stage 1 or step 1, that's where we normally explore about career goals and career qualification, and you decide whether you want to make application. After you have applied, once you have been admitted, you go and do your registration. And once you have been successfully registered, you have now sort of received your study material, so which means administrative sort of things have been done. You now go to the third stage where teaching and learning now takes place. And this is where you're going to be meeting your lecturers. This is where you're going to be meeting your tutors, and the engagement start there. So all of this student work, then after that, once you have learned, once you have passed the module with the distinction, which is what we are looking for from most of you, then that's where you go to the fourth stage in purple color there, and that's where you meet your graduation. We're going to be keeping you and giving you qualification. And because this is a lifelong journey, it doesn't stop there. It is a cycle. If you had registered for higher certificate or a BCom or a BA, come back for an honors qualification. Once you have completed your honors qualification, come back for master's qualification. Once you have completed your master's qualification, PhD is waiting for you. Once you have done your PhD, then you can decide to say, let me go for another degree. Nothing stops you. So that's why we call it sort of a lifelong learning. And it is important that at every stage where you are, you need to understand what needs to happen during that particular stage. You wouldn't say when you are at stage 3, where teaching and learning is taking place, and then you worry about administrative issues relating to registration, even if you worry about those, but make sure that you direct the queries relating to registration to the registration department. Because if you send your lecturer or your e-tutor a query relating to registration, there is no way they will be able to assist you effectively. Otherwise, it will delay the whole process. So they will have to forward your query back to the registration department, and it takes time. However, if you had taken time and immediately send it directly to the registration department or application department, they would have sort of assisted you. So I shared this particular student work so that you understand where is your academic journey, and you start to do your adjustment accordingly as far as that student work is concerned. And most importantly, you will see that it indicates that our student work, it is inspired by possibilities, and you are responsible for your own success. So be that as may, you just need to understand that it is never easy to start at a distance education, especially if you are fresh from matric or you are fresh from residential university where you are used to be lectured on a daily basis. So coming to Unisa is a different story altogether. And this brings me to the next presentation, which now I'm going to sort of be asking to say, what is it like to study at Unisa? What are the pros? What are the cons? Because we wouldn't lie to you to say there are no pros, there are no cons or disadvantages. There are disadvantages depending on the angle or the lens you are looking at this picture from. Because a student that is used to residential university or that will prefer residential university, they might see studying at Unisa being a sort of tiring, cumbersome, and not easy to follow, and vis-a-vis. So it depends on the angle that you're gonna be taking. But without really bothering you with much of the residential stuff, there are so many advantages, and I'm speaking as someone who has sort of gone through this system. Most importantly, there is convenience. So you are in control of your studies, of your time, and the issue again is that it is affordable compared to residential universities. If you make comparison in terms of our fees, you can see that we are really more affordable, and it is cheaper to study at Unisa. There is also a comfort there, knowing that you have got your support. I'll talk about the support at a later stage, but it allows you comfort to do whatever that you want at your own pace, and that also talks to flexibility. So all of these 6 principles are part of the convenience that we are talking about. And every one of us like to have convenience in whatever that they are doing. And for that reason, if all of these 6 principles match you, then you know that you are at the right place. But if you realize that, you know what, I'm not able to do well as far as control time management is concerned, then you should be in the wrong place. But it's never too late. Go back, readjust yourself, and make sure that you clear some of those obstacles that may inhibit you to study effectively. But then let's acknowledge the cons, the disadvantages that comes with studying at an institution like Unisa. So at the center there, if you lack self-discipline, if you lack commitment, you are not going to make it at Unisa. So those are the key principles. You need to be disciplined. You need to be committed to your course. If you decided that I want to do an LLB degree, be committed to that degree and see to it that you finish that degree. And it will be nice to get it on a record time in 4 years' time. But even if you take longer, because we make provision for that, you can still go over 1 or 2 years, because we understand that some of you are working, are having other responsibilities. So make sure that, as I said in this slide, that be in control of your time, be in control of your space. And once you have done that, then you will then relate to the act of self-discipline. You will relate to the commitment that we need. But again, most importantly, if you are defocused, then you are also not going to make it. And we try to share this information, as I said, not to frighten you, but to indicate to you that we have walked this journey. We're not talking to you as if we have never studied at Unisa. We know what it takes to study at Unisa. You need to be focused. And again, if you find that it is easier for you to procrastinate on issues, you tend to postpone when you have to do assignment, and then you postpone, you say, I will see next time. That in itself indicates that you are at the wrong place. And again, studying at Unisa can have some sense of loneliness or isolation, because you are alone in your own study room or wherever you are going to be studying. There's no friends to chat to, like in residential or at high school, or to have that chat and motivate one another, because, as I said, there's that physical distance. But at the same time, we try to close that physical distance with technology. We can meet virtually, and that in that way, we know that we try to reduce this sense of loneliness when you're gonna be studying late at night. Everyone is fast asleep, or they're enjoying their nice movies, and you are all alone. But as long as you are committed to the course, I don't think the sense of loneliness will be an issue to worry about. The last disadvantage has to do with taking longer to complete. You will know that some of the colleagues, family members, have studied at Unisa for a long time, and because they sort of take it at a snail pace, they take time to complete. But that should not necessarily be a disadvantage or discouraging factor for you. So you know your own plan, you know your own career goals, you have set the timelines for yourself, and it's for you now to decide to say, all those disadvantages that Nikki has shared with us, I'm gonna change them into my strength. And in that way, you will be then now pathing your way to success. And what do we need? We need self-motivation. If you are self-motivated, it's gonna be very much easier for you to sort of succeed in your academic journey, because you already have that, what you call intrinsic motivation. Even if I come with a external motivation, you are already self-motivated. So it's just the cherry on top, and that's what we need. And for you to be self-motivated, it goes with the interest, it goes with the love, it goes with the commitment of the qualification that you have chosen. But if you have chosen the wrong qualification that does not even spark that interest, I doubt if you will have that sense of self-motivation. But if in fact you have gone through the first stage, which is exploration application, and you have gone through career guidance, and you know exactly why you have chosen that particular qualification, the degree of self-motivation will be high. Secondly, you don't have to rush your work. And students, this is Unisa that we are talking about, and I'm talking as a lecturer. I've received a lot of assignments where, as you mark or even exam, you can see that the student did not give themselves enough time in doing that assignment. And much as you might think that we enjoy giving you wrongs as we are marking, it is also painful, because where we are parents, we are brothers and sisters. So it pains to give you a 0 mark. But if you take time and effort in doing your assignment, and even how it looks, it must appear to us that you have given it a great deal in doing that particular assessment. And then in that way, it also inspires me when I'm marking, because I'm enjoying to mark your assignment. And you'll see for my students, I will still go to traditional days of even giving you, a message. If you got 75%, then I will say, excellent, keep it up, as a way to motivate yourself further. And again, the same applies to examination. Professor Saka indicated to you that you will be writing your exam wherever you are, because we are online. Don't think that we are writing online, no one is seeing you, you are not going to give effort to your studies. Please make sure that you give it effort, and it is such of a high quality, so that when we grant you that qualification, you can feel proud that I have got no one that assisted me or wrote the exam for me. I did it myself, and you own that particular performance. So please make sure that you don't rush away. If it means giving it to your friend or brother or sister or parent for them to read that assignment to you, let it be. Then they are able to critique and see some of the mistakes that you might have missed. And in that case, then it shows that you take effort, you take your work seriously. Again, for you to path your way to success, we need time management skills. Don't ever procrastinate. If you have got your study schedule that indicated that from 8 to 10, I should be studying, let it be, continue to study. The moment you start to postpone, it becomes a habit. And soon when you realize you don't have time, and gone are the days where you should be cross-nighting and you want to cram at the last minute. At Unisa, we don't cram. We understand. We apply principle to show to our lecturer that we have mastered whatever the learning outcomes that you have requested us to do. And while I'm still on learning outcomes, in your tutorial letter, it will indicate assessment criteria and the learning outcome of the particular module. The moment you receive your study material, look for how are you going to be assessed. And that is the indication of what typical exam question are you likely gonna get, because you've got the assessment criteria that indicate to you how are we going to assess you. So we're not gonna hide and come with a surprise. Those students that will tell me that, you know what, that exam surprised me to a great deal, I can tell you that that student was never prepared. But if you were prepared, you are not gonna get any surprises in exam, because you had enough time to engage your study material and so forth. You understand the principles, you have applied them, and you did well in your assignments. In that way, I can tell you that you're going to make it. Insofar as dealing with the sense of loneliness, as I said in the previous slide, make sure that you collaborate with the other peers in a form of study groups. And as I said now, the virtual world allows us to be able to do that effectively without any disturbance. So have that study groups, be it a WhatsApp, be it a Telegram, whatever the technological platform that can allow you to study in groups, but make sure that you use the time effectively. I've been part of the study groups on WhatsApp and Telegram. We end up derailing and talking about what is happening around our social sphere. That is not the purpose of that group. So make sure that you stick to the rules. If it means having the rules of your engagement group, have that rules and discuss anything related to your module or to the study plan and nothing else. Those that will want to have nice chit chat, you can do it afterwards. And again, point number 5, make sure that you ask questions and you engage proactively, both with your lecturers, your facilitators, or e-tutors. Most of the time, and I've seen this with my students as well, they don't ask questions. I give them a question to say, discuss the principles of corporate governance as an example. I said to them, discuss. That is the part that tells you that how do I want you to structure the question, to structure your answer, sorry. But if you do not understand that question, even in terms of how should you present it, nothing stops you from writing me an email or picking up your phone and calling me to say, dear Mr. Jan, I'm busy with this particular assignment. There is this question that I don't really get it. Can you please enlighten me? And I'll be gladly and be available to assist you. And I'm speaking for my other colleagues as well. we are here to give you that support that you need. But if you don't ask us and you assume, that's where you get surprises and you fail that assignment or exam because you did not ask questions. And make sure that you engage proactive. Don't wait for me as a lecturer to ask you to say, so and so, have you done the assignment? We're not going to do that. We're not going to ask you whether you have done the assignment or you haven't. We will see on the system that these are the number of students that have submitted. I need to mark the assignments and I will mark it and give them feedback and so forth. So if you decide to bank the assignment, just like in schools where we used to bank classes, you will do it at your own peril. So, and I trust that the audience here, they are not going to be part of those that will be banking our classes. Number 6 there, familiarize yourself with the module syllabus. And I think I've touched on it to say, the first thing that you get to know about the module. What is the module all about? What is the bigger picture of the module? What is it that I'm expected to learn? And from there, what is it, how am I going to be assessed in terms of the assessment criteria? What kind of question am I expected to receive? Once you have done that, then I can tell you, you are ready to go and you're gonna make it. Now, the last point, explore university technology requirements. We are now telling you that all assignments must be submitted online. All exams will gonna be written online. Now, go and check what is it that is required of me? What type of technology do I need to have? What type of device do I need to have? What type of software do I need to have to make sure that I'm not gonna have technological glitches? And once you make sure that you have sort of adjusted with our technology requirements, I'm telling you that you are ready to go. So all of those 7 points are some that can sort of assist you to become successful in this academic journey. And it's not going to be a short journey, it's going to be a long journey, but long as it is a long journey, let it be a smooth one. There can be some stumbling blocks, but let there be those manageable stumbling blocks that you can take control of. And then relating to student support, what do we need as far as our student support? We need a family structure. In the absence of a strong family structure or family unit, you're gonna struggle. There are those that can make it, but mentally or emotionally, they're gonna struggle. So make sure that your family structure is such that it's very supportive. If you are married with kids, indicate to the family that at this times, I may not be available to be with you and watch movies and do this, but as soon as I get time, I'll create time. So you try to create that balance. On the far side, you have friends. Have supportive friends. Don't have friends that will take up your time and as a result, it affects your studies. Make sure that you have friends that will motivate you. Even if you have failed that exam or assignment and you talk to that friend, you become a better person because they've shown the greatness in you that you can do it. Because like, as they say, the journey of 1,000 miles is start with a step. So those 1,000 steps are not going to be easy, and you need some sort of cheerleaders to cheer you as you go through that journey. If you are working, you're going to need colleagues that will constantly support you, but not to also discourage you to say, why are you studying while you are working? Why do you have to study so many qualifications? You need that supporting, and the choice is solely on you. As I said in my very first slide, that you are in control of this ship. You are the captain of this ship. As it sinks, you should be able to be looking at the monitor that or on your dashboard that I haven't done 1, 2, 3, 4, and make those diagnostics and make sure that you steer the ship in the right direction. And all of those 3 support structures, family, colleagues, friends, will not be complete without university staff. And this is where we are. Part of this orientation is part of that support that we want to hand that olive branch to you to say, we are here with you. You are not going to feel lonely. We're going to walk with you through this journey, and we are available to support you. And as I'm going to be sharing this slide with you, I think the production team will share it with you. There are support services that I've included. You can just click here, and then you will get all of these support services, and it will also direct you as to where do you direct your query. Where you direct your query, it will determine how quick do you get response. We know that a lot of students complain that we take time to respond, but In some cases, students send queries to the wrong department. As a result, it sort of delay your time. So be that as may, colleagues, I want to leave you with these words. I know that the price of success, dedication, hard work, and unremitting devotion to the things that you want to see happening. So those are the words from Frank Lloyd Wright. So in that way, I return to the program director. Thank you very much for giving me time to listen to me. And I hope there are a few things that you have taken from this presentation. And in parting short, you are in control. You need self-discipline. You need to manage your time, and you need to be committed to your cause. By that saying, good luck to your 2021 academic journey. Thank you, the program director.
Thank you very, very much, Nikki. I like the way you captured the journey of Unisa students as not being isolated. And I think that's one of the biggest challenge for our students, is that studying at a distance learning university also means working alone, but how students can actually use technology to bridge the gap with their academics, create peer-to-peer networks. And I think that's a very strategic approach to it. And also thank you for sharing the cons and pros of being an ODEL institution, and also the support departments that we have. So thank you very much, Nikki, for unpacking that. I think you've done excellent with where we are at Unisa. Much appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our second theme for the day. We've now got a good foundation from where we started off in terms of open distance e-learning, what it means for us. We want to take you next to an orientation to student support available to students at Unisa. So if you heard Nikki and a few other speakers also talk about student support, and I've also mentioned it at the beginning, but what student support do we have for you at Unisa? And I think this is quite critical. To unpack this, we have a few speakers, and I'm going to ask Mr. Mayani. Welcome, Mr. Mayani, and he's going to unpack what is the role of the Student Retention Unit at Unisa and the service rendered by the Student Retention Unit. Mr. Mayani, welcome, and thank you for taking your time today to share with us on the Student Retention Unit. The floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shetty. Good afternoon, everybody. To the students that are here today that are available, welcome to the University of South Africa. As presented before, my name is Karabo Mayani, and I'm the Student Success Practitioner at the Student Retention Unit, which is a unit that is found in the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning. Mine today is to just explain some of the roles that we play to assist you as the first-year student entering into the university, so that you can seamlessly work around certain platforms, and whatever it is that you can't find, we can help you, take you by the hand and move you to that process. So one of the programs that we have at the Student Retention Unit is what we call the First Year Experience. And this is a program that aims to provide extended support to students entering Unisa for the first time by providing them with essential information during crucial points of their student journey. And this program is spread across into 5 different programs that are offered to students at different times. Firstly, we have the FYE website. Then we have the FYE mailbox. We have the FYE broadcasts. We have the FYE MOOCs, and we have the FYE emails. Now, what is the FYE website? The FYE website is a platform that is created. You can find it on www.unisa.ac.za/FYE. And this platform is created to bridge a gap between students and administrative and academic staff by providing information related to online student orientation, support services that are available to students, including all FYE related information on all various services provided for first-time entering students. So if you can look at the website, for example, once you get to the page on the left-hand side of the tab, it explains things like how ready are you for open distance learning. There's live broadcasts there. You can find weekly emails that we send to students. All of the information that we offer at the SRU, you can find on this one page on the left-hand side of the tabs, depending on what you want. We also have what we call the FYE mailbox. And what that is that it's a platform that serves as a bridge between students and academic staff and students. So essentially, you as a student when you are a first year student specifically, you can, when you can't find anything either from your tutorial letters, from all the information you receive in your emails, you can send an email to fye@unisa.ac.za where you explain the nature of the challenge that you have. And what we do as the SRU is that we will take that information and we'll convey it to the relevant department and give you feedback. Sometimes we'll refer you straight to the people that can help you with regards to that issue. Sometimes we can get feedback from them and send it back to you. What we promise in terms of the FYE mailbox is that if you send an email to us, expect a response within 48 hours. So this means, for example, when you are sending an email, make sure that it is not as time sensitive that we can't be able to assist you before the required time. So make sure that if you have an issue, you give yourself enough time to send the information through so that we can find the information and send it back to you in time. We also have what we call FYE broadcasts. Now, these are the SRU hosts regular broadcasts on various topics related to first year of study. In the broadcast, we cover topics like time management skills, learning how to navigate my Unisa platforms, library services, preparing for assignments and examinations, accessing e-tutors, and more. These platforms, these broadcasts that we send, you can either find them on our FYE website, or you can go to YouTube and say first year experience, and then there you will find a page where we have all these broadcasts that we've created, where they'll guide you through certain informations that you might require at one time or the other. For example, you've just entered now, you've just registered, you might want to get a tutorial about time management. If you go onto that platform, you can find a broadcast that is specifically dedicated for that, and you can engage with it, and it can help you prepare as you proceed. These topics are broadcasted with academic staff and support staff that work in the institution. So we use people that work at the University of South Africa to kind of assist you with different topic subjects at one point or the other. We also have what we see as FYE MOOC. Being first year now, it was compulsory in 2021, so it means you've already went through the first part of the FYE MOOC. And this is a platform that serves to prepare you and orientate you and familiarize you with the Unisa environment. It consists of the following sessions: using my Unisa, library orientation, student affairs and services, digital literacy skills, numeracy skills, academic skills. Students will receive an email communication somewhere in mid-April providing more information about this MOOC, which all new students are required to do. But what we do in terms of this MOOCs is that we take you through a course where it can prepare you and take you step by step in terms of the things that you need to familiarize yourself with our institution. And once you know these things, once you take this course, we can promise you that it will help you to navigate easier the institution of Unisa and all the platforms that are there, all the supports that you can get, especially if you know where to find them. Then we have FYE emails. So on your MyLife email address, what we do there is that there are emails that we send to students at different intervals. For example, now that you've entered and you've registered, we'll probably send you an email saying, hey, this is how you can go about managing your time. Just before you have to submit assignment, we'll send you an email that says, look, this is where you are now, and you're probably supposed to submit an assignment. It might be multiple choice, it might be a written assignment. This is how you go about it. So this work at specific flashpoints to show you as a student that this is where you are in terms of the institution, but also to remind you of what it is that you need to do at that point in time. Please make sure to claim your MyLife email address to be able to receive these FYE emails. And please read those emails when we send them to you, because much of the information that you end up asking us is information that is covered in those emails. And each time we send it, the information that we convey at that time is information that is relevant to you at the time. So always make it a point that whenever you receive an email from us, you read it, because I can promise you it will serve as a reminder of something that you're supposed to do at that point in time. Those are the services that we offer at the Student Retention Unit. As I've said, you can find us on fye@unisa.ac.za. But if you want any other information, we have broadcasts that are available on our website that you can find on www.unisa.ac.za/FYE. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karabo. I think you've captured those points quite well and also provided our students with some useful links to the Student Retention Unit. So ladies and gentlemen, just keep your eye open for the Student Retention Unit and the upcoming events that they have. I know some of these broadcasting events, I've attended a few, as well as the first year experience MOOCs. It's really good stuff for you to develop your skills on. So keep an eye on that and remember the email address as well as your first point of contact with the colleagues at the Student Retention Unit. Thanks, Karabo. Colleagues, we now move on to the next section, and our next section speaks about understanding of the services rendered by Unisa for students that are differently enabled. And as you know, one of the things that we strive to be at Unisa is inclusive in our teaching and learning approach, as well as our support departments. And we've invited Mr. Pintius Nguna from Oxford to share a bit of what exactly happens in terms of our students that are differently enabled. I've worked with Mr. Pintius Nguna on a few different occasions, and he is a brilliant speaker. So welcome, Mr. Pintius Nguna, to our session today. Thank you for sharing with our students some of the resources that are available to them. The platform is now yours, Mr. Pintius Nguna.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. Good afternoon, fellow students. My name is Pintius Nguna from the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities at Unisa. As you may be aware, that disability is not inability. The Advocacy and Resource Center provides a number of services to students registered with disabilities. We assist students with disabilities to complete application and registration forms online. Advise students to complete special assistance form for students who need support, including the provision of supporting documents. The special assistance form that I'm referring to, it's a form where a student will indicate the kind of service that they need. For instance, if there's a student who's blind, the student may need study material either in braille, like audio, and other formats. Therefore, it's important that then we capture the needs of that particular students. We don't apply the one-size-fits-all approach. We convert study material into various formats as per the needs of a student. We provide sign language interpretation services to blind and hard of hearing students as and when required. We also provide inputs to My Unisa, My Life, to ensure access for students with disabilities. This is part of reasonable accommodation. We assist lecturers with conversion of answer scripts in access, and we've established and launched a multi-purpose computer labs in all the regions for students with disabilities. In the interest of nothing about us without us, that is an international slogan for persons with disabilities, we've established regional forums for students with disabilities and associations for students. These structures are crucial in such a way that they advise the university on how to best assist students. We also provide training on orientation ability to our blind and partial sighted students in response to their specific needs. And while orientation refers to the awareness of the environment, mobility refers to the techniques used to travel from one place to another. With transcribed assignments for students submitted in alternative formats, it could be braille or audio, to ensure that our colleagues in academia are able to access the braille scripts that comes from the student. We request concessions in regards to the extension of assignments. What we do in case where a student, due to their disability, they are unable to submit assignments in time, we advocate for students to be given an extension. By so doing, we're not encouraging laziness. We expect students to adhere to the deadlines and submit assignments. But where your disabilities could not allow you to do so, please let us know so that we can advocate for you. We assist students with disabilities to apply for special examination arrangements. In terms of special exam arrangements, you find that you may have two students may present the same disability, but their needs will differ. Like for instance, a person who was born blind may prefer to present their exams differently than a person who acquired blindness at a later stage. We assist students with disabilities to apply for alternative assessments. It's whereby the particular assessment that is provided does not accommodate your disability. We ensure that you are not left out, then you are given an assessment that accommodates your individual needs. We also advise DSAA, which is the exam department, to consider students with disabilities when they allocate venues. In collaboration with student funding, we assist students to apply for financial assistance to cater for their tuition fees, prescribed books, and assistive devices, such as laptops with screen reader. Screen reader, it could be JAWS. JAWS in full is job with access software, and NVDA. This is used mostly by people who are blind or persons with learning disabilities like dyslexia. And we assist students to also acquire laptops with text magnification software. This basically is used by students who with low vision. Motorized wheelchairs for students who are quadriplegic and amputees. And we also assist students who are paraplegic in terms of acquiring manual wheelchairs. Digital voice recorders are available for students who need them, hearing aids for students with hard of hearing or deaf, and also the payment for sign language interpreters, including human support, because our disabilities, because as I'm talking to you, I'm a person with a disability as well. At times, our disabilities can create barriers for us. As a result, the university is mindful of that. That's why it's providing all this support to you. Upon receipt of all these applications, the officials from ACSUIT assess them and determine how best to assist the students and also meet your individual needs. We liaise with different publishers, both locally and internationally, advocating for students to obtain prescribed books in electronic formats. In particular, as you may be aware, that it's not easy to just walk into a bookshop and purchase an e-copy of a prescribed book. Therefore, ACSUIT advocates for you to obtain these prescribed books in order to accommodate your disability, in particular for students with print disabilities. We conduct advocacy campaigns to raise awareness about the needs of students with disabilities and service available within the institution, training and development of staff members to keep abreast with the disability-related matters. By empowering staff members with skills that will enable them to provide required support to students with disabilities. Support for graduation ceremonies. In collaboration with graduations department and the regions, we ensure accessible parking spaces, accessible graduation venues, conversions of programs in alternative formats to determine a need of the accompanying person and sign language interpreters. Colleagues, it is important that you remember that this it's the kind of service that's available when there's no COVID-19, to ensure that whenever you are it's your graduation day, you are able to follow everything. Just to give an example, if it's your graduation day and you are deaf, you like to follow on what is happening there. And if you are blind, then the program will be converted into a format of your choice, including Braille, so that you can see what's happening. Fellow students, I urge you to join hands against the prejudice that constitute the biggest barrier against students with disabilities. For students with disabilities to receive services from Unisa, it is important to not consider disability. Please disclose your disability. While we respect your right to disclose or not to disclose your disability, students who does not disclose their disabilities may not receive or demand reasonable accommodation from the university. And again, it's important to emphasize that disabilities are not always visible. We have disabilities that are not visible. Just to give an example, dyslexia. We have two forms of persons with disabilities, those who are born with and those who acquire disabilities. And it is important that you are mindful that disability can be acquired by anyone. As a result, if you come across any person with a disability, please encourage them to disclose and liaise with us so that we can best assist them. And for students who acquire their disabilities during their studies, should disclose in order to receive support. The university ensures that the information provided related to a disability is confidential. ACSWIT staff members comprises of persons who were born with disabilities and those who acquired disabilities in their lifetime. I'm bringing this to your attention so that you know that whenever you contact ACSWIT, you'll be who understands disability holistically. We are aware of students who are reluctant to disclose their status due to the fear of stigma and victimization, especially those who are new in the world of disability. Students, please disclose your disability. When you disclose your disability, there are benefits that you will receive, like the bursary, the assistive devices, the extra time that you'll get when writing exams, just to mention a few. And to the general population of students, please, it is important that when you come across a person with a disability or a student with a disability, please first see the person before the disability. It's a person with a disability as opposed to disabled person. Please refer to students with disability, children who are using wheelchairs as wheelchair users as opposed to wheelchair bound, because these students, they don't sleep on the wheelchairs, because if you are bound, you have to sleep there and do everything there. And persons who are persons with disabilities, persons with hearing impairments, and again, from time to time, we hear students saying normal people. Then I'd like to emphasize that everyone is normal. Because if you refer to yourself as a person with a disability, that you are normal. You are saying a person with a disability is abnormal. Please let us be careful on the terminology when we address persons with disability, including in our families. It is important that when you come across a person using a wheelchair while they are pushing themselves, don't grab the wheelchair and push without getting a permission from the person who's using the wheelchair, because that may endanger the life of the person as they use their upper body to balance when pushing themselves. Do not grab a blind person arm and move them along without asking if they need assistance. Just for instance, if you grab my arm and take me to cross the road, you are not sure whether I'm going to north or south, and I may end up thinking that you are mugging me. Please talk to us. Do not pet a guide dog. Do not shout when communicating with a deaf person. Look directly at the person. In conclusion, I'd like to leave you with a quote by Thomas Edison. Our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Pintius. Try one more time. I like that quotation. It's quite powerful. But also thank you, Pintius, once again. You know, I've always been impressed with your presentations and the work that has been done by Oxford. I think the students now have a better idea of what facilities are available to them. So please, colleagues, as Mr. Nguna has pointed out, please contact Oxford. Pintius is based there as well, and he will definitely help you. I know we've seen many students that contacted Oxford, and the service that they get is absolutely amazing. So please make this an opportunity for you, specifically students who are differently enabled, and reach out to Unisa as well. So thank you, Pintius, for sharing with us, and also for helping us to understand that there are people in Oxford that understands holistically what it means to be different enabled. So thank you very much, Pintius. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have an opportunity to remember the Q&A session is open, so please do post your comments. I see there's a lot of questions that are coming in, good questions from registration to technical aspects to some course sites to the learning management system, a variety of questions, and we have our specialists in the background trying to respond to some of these questions. So please do post your questions so that it can come through. I've also seen some questions related to the Unisa Contact Center, and it now gives us an opportunity to engage with the person from the Unisa Contact Center. I'd like to invite to the platform Ms. Jessie Safolo, who will talk to us about understanding how the Unisa Contact Center operates. What are the processes? What do they do? Let's wait and see if Jessie is around. Jessie? Ms. Jessie Safolo.
Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Jessie.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, students. Thank you very much for this opportunity that we have been given to come and give you a bit of a background about who we are, what we do, and what we're responsible for. The call center is a majority inbound call center that is used to receive and transmit calls via telephone inquiries, via telephone, self-service, social media chatbot, and web chat. Our main purpose is to provide you as students with effective and efficient support and service. Our mandate is to bridge that gap between the students and the university population, which will include the support department, all the service departments, and the different colleges. Our objective is that all calls that are coming through the contact center are answered within 60 seconds. We, however, sometimes have those challenges where when we're experiencing high volumes, we would have people holding on endlessly, resulting in us not meeting the 30% of abandoned calls and so forth and so on. What we urge you to do is that the university number, the 0800 number that you phone, it's a toll-free number. Hang on while you're waiting to be assisted. I know that sometimes you are calling us in between your gaps, in between your emails for those who work, in between running your other errands. We urge you to hold on. You will get assistance within the call center. We've extended our hours that we're operating between 8 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock in the evening to be able to catch the students that are working to be able to be supported. We also operate on a Saturday morning from 8 o'clock until 2 o'clock. We resolve and aspire to resolve 80% of the incoming calls that are coming through to the contact center without trying to escalate them to the other departments. This we're managing to do by employing fellow students who are leaving the university, who have worked, who are finishing their graduation, who have done the student work, who knows what is required where and when. We also do the skills gap by taking on secondments from the different departments during the peak periods. Like now, we're just finishing the registration period right now. So during the registration period, we'll have majority of the staff being seconded from the registration department. Hence, when you would call in, you would then be coming through to a skilled or semi-skilled individual that will assist you. We also, on the emails that are coming through to us, we commit to answer all emails that are coming through. Our target is to respond within 48 hours to you. Sometimes it's not possible due to the high volumes that come through to the contact center. But we do respond, and when we have backlogs either on the phones or on the emails, we put measures in place that will help us to be able to assist you and catch up on the backlog. On the next slide, we basically just projecting our call flow process. This assists you to understand when you call in, it's very important that you listen to the prompts because we try and prioritize and skill up according to the gaps that might come through and events and projects. Like within the registration period, we have an option for registration. So we will make sure that that portion is staffed accordingly so that we go through calls as quickly as possible as we can. We also have an option for My Life, My Unisa. There's an option for the library that when you press that option, it routes you directly to the library consultants that will help you that are outside our contact center. We have an option for exams where it's within the contact center. The call center will attempt to assist you with your inquiry of the exam. And should we not win, we are part of the Joint Operations Committee that will also assist us in responding to you speedily and give you the answers and help you to continue with the exams. We then also have another option, which is option 5. This option also assists you with general inquiries. This option gets flooded with inquiries. So if you are writing exams, you are doing registrations, you are stuck with your My Unisa, My Life profile, do not choose this option because it gets over flooded and you will end up standing in a very, very long queue because as much as the contact center used to be a complement of over 250 people, we are rebuilding the service. We currently staffed with about 53 consultants at the moment. So we get to you. So if it's an urgent matter, phone, escalate to myself and my managers. Our contact details are all posted on the web for matters that are being escalated. So let's not take that opportunity and escalate everything because you will be blocking time for somebody maybe that's sitting with a critical and the urgent measure, like a person is writing an exam. We're busy dealing with you while we can be able to attend with you within 48 hours or 72 hours max, and we're waiting you're blocking that queue while the person who's doing the exams is stuck. So it's very crucial that we listen to the prompts when we're phoning the contact center so that you choose the correct options to be assisted accordingly. The next slide is just showing you our email flows. Our email flows goes through the inquire at unisa.ac.za. We then have filters that will separate you into the similar groupings that you find on your telephone system, which is My Life, My Unisa, your exams, registrations, and stuff like that. The reason we segment these skills is that you come across somebody, whoever that responds to you, it's somebody that is able to assist you or know where to escalate your matter should they not be able to assist you. This is an automated filter. It's also crucial that when you email us, you always put in your student number, a short description of your problem, and a description and a screenshot should that be available of the challenge that you are experiencing, so that the filter on the email works perfectly for you and you are routed accordingly to the consultant that will be able to assist you. This is the current team setup that we have. We have operating from 2 offices. We have an office in Mackleneck in Pretoria that has a manager, and we have an office in Florida that also has a manager. Under those managers, there's 2 supervisors. There's a system specialist that assists the consultants with technology, because we also experience technical challenges. In each office, we have 22 consultants, but these you also access via the same email address, which is inquire at Unisa, and the 0800 number. So you dial those, you will be transported to either the Mackleneck office or the Florida office for further assistance. We are working on our buffing up and adding additional resources so that we are able to get to you as quickly as possible to assist you with whatever challenge that you might have. The implementations that we've done since we've started focusing the call center on service delivery is that we have a very super telephone system that we've put in place. Hence, we are able to see the prompts that are there when you're phoning us. We are able to, we're going to be putting announcements when we have events and stuff like that. There's messages of please bear with us and blah, blah, blah. So we have a good telephone system. We also have a good email system that is working, that is in place. That email system, it's got further technology that is assigned to it, which helps us to manage the social media. Very soon we will be launching a web chat, which is an additional entry into the call center, where we will be chatting to students live. Instead of phoning us or emailing us, you can chat with us on the website. Via the web chat, you'll be able to access our knowledge database where the frequently asked questions are. One consultant can be able to chat and assist multiple students. So we will be able to take additional calls, we will be able to assist additional students via this system. Phase 2 of after the web chat has been launched, we will be launching the chatbot, which is your robot. The robot relies on the information that we've put in there. So you will be chatting to the robot, but you are not fenced out to chat to a consultant should the robot not be able to assist you. I'm so looking forward to have those services launched and operational, because they'll be doing a great deal in assisting with the high volumes that we currently have in place. Like I've said, with all the challenges that we're experiencing, we are on a journey to employ further consultants to be able to assist us with with the intaking of calls, the chatbot, and the emails. Our current statistics in the last 6 months, we are taking an average of 27,000 calls or more. We are taking an average of 31,000 emails. So we are getting to more students than where we were before. With registrations, the volumes escalated even higher. But before the registration period, we were able to take up to 70% of the calls that are coming through on daily basis and emails and respond to them within a day. But due to high volumes that we are experiencing at the moment, those statistics have gone a bit down, but we are working on solutions to try and address those matters. So what we are trying to instill within the consultants that are within the call center is that we are Unisa. If you get through to us, we don't say to you, you are in the wrong department, you need to phone so and so. We try our level best to deal with your queries because you don't phone us to say hello. When you're phoning us, it's because we are experiencing a challenge of some sort somewhere. So we try to our level best to be there for you, to be able to support you. As I've specified, our contact numbers, myself as the Deputy Director for the department and my managers for each office are posted on the internet. We are reachable, we are accessible to be able to help you with the challenges that you might be experiencing. We will try and get through to everybody. We've got students who are already reaching out to us directly. And it's a bit of a challenge because of the volumes, but we try and get back to everybody as soon as we can. I thank you, Chair. Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Sofolo, for sharing with us the process of the call center. You know, when I looked at the statistics, I thought to myself, it's such a complex environment that you are leading. And with the number of students that are phoning in and the amount of emails that come in, it shows that this is actually a good resource for the university. And the students are actually making good use of it as well. So colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard Ms. Sofolo unpack the process for you and also the future plans of how we intend on improving the quality of it. So thank you very, very much, Ms. Sofolo, for sharing that with us. Appreciate the time. And I think the students have also found a good resource as well. So ladies and gentlemen, one of the challenges that you've noticed last year is that the entire higher education landscape shifted with a response to COVID. And as a result, even Unisa was directly impacted with COVID, and we had to rethink a lot of the things that we do in terms of assessment, teaching and learning, etc. And it's now my privilege to invite Ms. Lisa Dazel to the platform, and she's going to talk to us about understanding how to deal with the impact of COVID-19 on your student well-being, your responsibility as a student to plan and self-regulate during such difficult times. This is a very interesting topic, and I think it's ideal for where you find yourself as a student. Welcome, Lisa, to the platform, and thank you for taking the time for sharing this very interesting topic with the students. The platform is now yours, Lisa.
Thank you, Denzel, very much for inviting me to present. Also welcome to all the students. You will note that my presentation will be about getting started with your studies and getting support, but I will be talking about, you know, the dealing of challenges within our current context. So, as Denzel indicated, my name is Lisa Dazel. I'm from the Directorate for Counselling and Career Development. And in this presentation, I will just give you a short overview about managing challenges, how to start with your studies, how to manage your studies effectively, and also how to connect with others and to get support. So just to start with, it is quite normal to feel overwhelmed, frustrated, as well as anxious when you encounter challenges, especially if you have not planned them. So I think all of us for the past year have gone through a lot of situations where we felt overwhelmed, frustrated, and anxious. And we want to reassure you that it's quite normal to feel like this in these challenging times. So some effective ways of viewing challenges is firstly to acknowledge that you do have a challenge, to secondly identify the things that you are in control of and things that you cannot change, and then to choose to rather focus on what you can control, and of course to identify the relevant support and to negotiate support that you need in order to manage your challenges. So earlier I spoke about things that you can control and things that you cannot control. So there are some aspects in your life that you can control despite the challenges. And our recommendation is that you need to spend more time to strengthen what you can control. For example, despite the fact that you may have limited financial resources, you have managed to start with your studies and you have managed to settle down in terms of being a Unisa student. This should give you a sense of hope that you could in future change your and your family's circumstances. So this context will help you to find the motivation to maybe find a part-time job that allows you for enough study time and also to save for study fees for the next semester or next year. On the other hand, there are things that you cannot control. So as you focus on things that you cannot control, you will become even more aware of your challenges and could feel more overwhelmed and even start to feel helpless about your situation. So just as an example, you may be struggling to pay your study fees. You cannot even acknowledge the impact of this on your studies, but if you only think about the hopelessness of this situation, you may become even more overwhelmed and this will impact on your motivation to study. So in our conversations with students, we always encourage them to focus on the things that they can control and to then not focus too much on the things that you cannot control. So speaking about things that you can control, that's what the rest of the presentation will focus on. You received or you have downloaded your study material. How do you begin to understand how all of this could possibly fit together? So our first recommendation is that you really need to familiarize yourself with the information that's on the study at Unisa section on My Unisa. So this resource has been put together by a lot of colleagues who work within different support departments, and is basically a roadmap for you to understand what are some of the things that Unisa students may struggle with and how to get support with that. So in short, the study at Unisa information will help you to get started with your studies. It will help you to connect with others, and it will also help you how to manage your studies more effectively. So step 1, how to start. You may have received printed material, but in all likelihood you have possibly downloaded your electronic material. So it's important for you to organize whether it be printed tutorial letters and study guides or the files that you've downloaded from My Unisa, so that you have separate folders or files for each of your modules, and to then place the various files in the appropriate folder. So being organized is quite an important part of being a successful student in the ODEL context. Does this sound familiar? I never have enough time to, and it could be for studies, could be for resting, could be spending with your family. I don't know where my time goes, or nobody could do all I have to do within the limited time I have. I'm sure all of us have gone through this feeling that we don't have enough time to do everything that we plan on doing. Most of the time, you may not have realized that you do have the time you need for your studies in your schedule. The challenge is that you may not have reflected on how you are using your time. So planning your studies is about what you need to do and when you will do it. So it's important for you to get an overview of all the different activities that you need to complete, and then you need to plan on when you will do all of these activities. So in the Unisa context, when we do planning, it's important to think about implementing SMART plans. So SMART plans would be specific, they are measurable, they are achievable, realistic, and in time. So if we look at the statement, I will read and make notes of chapter 1 for economics from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock tonight. That is quite a specific goal that you are setting for yourself. It's measurable, it's achievable, it's realistic. So if you compare that with a statement, for example, if you just put on your study timetable that I will study tonight, it's not being specific enough. So goals help you to commit to specific tasks, and they also hold you accountable for what you need to do. Your tutorial letters and your study guides will indicate to you what you need to study, but your responsibility is that you will need to plan when you will study. So we talk about two types of planning. We've got long-term planning as well as short-term planning. Long-term planning is to help you gain an overview of the whole year's activities. So once you've gone through your study guides and your tutorial letters, you will then know when you need to submit assignments, how you need to prepare for the examination, when you're writing the exams, and you also have other life tasks, for example, social events and dates that you need to plan for. So in terms of long-term planning, this will give you a global overview of the important, let's call them deadlines that you have to reach. Your weekly plan is about what specific things you would want to complete on each day in any given week. So in terms of weekly planning, you will need to allocate time for each module in your weekly schedule. For example, in your overall week, you've decided or you've identified that you've got 3 hours each evening to study and 8 hours over the weekend. So your weekly plan will then help you to look at what you will study when. As you allocate time during the week for each module, it's important to keep in mind that you need to spend about 6 to 8 hours per week on each semester module, and 3 to 4 hours per week for year modules. So your weekly plan will then help you to remember to spend equal time on the different modules, but of course there are some modules that may require more time than others. So here's just an example. This particular student is working full-time. Student is registered for 6 modules, and he or she has allocated 27 hours per week for studies. So just as a broad overview, this person has decided that they are able to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, study until 6 o'clock. Then they are traveling and working during the day. In the evenings when they get home, they prepare dinner and have family time. And then from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock each evening, they are also spending time on these studies. So you will note that this particular student is cycling through all the different modules in a particular week. Then over weekends, this person is also allocated some time on Saturday morning for their studies, and then on Sunday evenings, but also importantly on Sunday nights, they are sitting down and doing revision and also planning for the next week. So this is just an example of what a typical weekly schedule could look like. So when you are now ready to start studying, you could start with a quick overview of your study guide, and you can pay special attention to the learning objectives at the beginning of each unit. And of course, you will also use a textbook where it has been indicated for a specific module. As you are studying, it's also important for you to actively engage with your studies. So actively engaging with your studies means that you are asking questions, you are making links between your studies, what you already know, and your everyday life experiences. And most importantly, you are making notes about what you are learning. Now, there are many different note-making techniques. It would be important for you to find the one that works for you. Over years, we have found that systems such as mind maps, as well as the question and answer system, are particularly helpful in terms of how the Unisa study material works to help you make notes as you are studying. It's also important that you revise at the end and the beginning of each study session, and you can use the questions from your study guides and your learning outcomes to test yourself. So effective notes need to reflect your understanding of the module and it will also especially help you to prepare for the exams. So when you do your exam preparation, instead of going through all your study material and your textbooks again, you are basically using your notes to prepare for the exams. So to recap, things that you have control over is to get organized, to plan your studies, and then also to start studying. And while you are studying, you are using effective techniques to help you manage all the work that you have to get through. Of course, all of us have distractions, so some of the roots of these distractions could be poor planning and lack of objectives, also lack of deadlines and crisis management. For example, you have a tendency to complete assignments or prepare for the exams at the last minute. You can't say no. For example, if somebody invites you to a social event but you've planned to study, it's important for you to think about how you would negotiate that you are not able to go now, but that maybe at a later stage you'd be able to attend. There's also, of course, media such as TV, reading magazines, etc. Unanticipated events, for example, uninvited guests, and then, of course, online social activities, for example, being distracted by social media. So managing distractions are quite important in terms of being a student. You could think about how you could use your distractors to your advantage. For example, if one of your distractions is spending time on social networks such as Facebook, think about how you could use Facebook for your studies or your career development. For example, having online discussions about specific modules or just about career development in general. It's also important that you have clear objectives and that you eliminate distractions. So a way to do that is also to negotiate with people who are close to you and to help them understand the importance of your studies. We spoke earlier, or I spoke earlier about SMART goals, so it's important to break big jobs into smaller pieces. You can also use a system of punishment and reward. And lastly, drafting a formal contract with yourself, which could be as simple as a notice that you put on your wall somewhere very visible about your goals in terms of your studies. So what if something happens that you did not plan for? It's important to remember or to keep in mind that nothing is fixed on your plan. So you need to be flexible and you need to have the ability to reprioritize if you should get stuck. The overall results of planning, so the importance of time management, especially for distance learning students, is that it will help you to cope with academic anxiety. It will help you to reduce exam anxiety, keeps you motivated. It allows you to maintain balance between what is required versus what is available. And it also eliminates time wasters because you are aware of those and how it impacts on your studies. So now I will talk a bit about support. In order to get support, you need to ask questions and you also need to be clear about the support that you seek. You also need to know where to find support. Earlier I spoke about My Studies, which is a section on the My Unisa website. So it's important for you to know the different support services available so that if you need support, you know where to turn to. As you are needing support, it's also important to prepare for conversations. So as you're thinking about, for example, sending an email or making a telephone call, think about how you'd want to negotiate this support that you need. It's also important from your side to commit and to show a willingness to get support and allow people to help you. Remember, if you don't ask for support, then other people won't know that you need support. And then lastly, it's also important to think about what you can give back. So what you give is what you get, and in order to be supported, you also need to be able to support others. So just in terms of counselling and career development, I will speak in the next session more in detail about our services. But we are available by email. That's the easiest way to contact us. Our email address is counselling@unisa.ac.za. And should you need to discuss any needs you may have in terms of further support, please do not hesitate to drop us an email. much, Denzel.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for unpacking the type of support, but also how to deal with COVID in the midst of our environment at Unisa. You've offered a lot of opportunities for students to engage with some very practical skills on planning their teaching environment, planning their learning process, and how to balance some of the modules. I know I've seen a lot of comments on how do we manage 10 modules in the super semester, and seems to be a lot of questions on that. But I think it's strategic of planning, managing time, and especially for those that are working as well. It's going to become a challenge, but it's a matter of managing the time process, and you've unpacked some of those elements. And I know in our next session that you also will talk further about the counseling offers as well. That's part of it. So thank you very much, Lisa. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been on now for almost 2.5 hours, and some people have joined us quite early as well. So at this time, what we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute body break, a 5-minute interval, and I'm giving you the opportunity for you to grab a cup of coffee as to refresh yourself for the next session or a body break. And don't log out. Just stay right where you are. Leave your phones, leave your laptops exactly where you are. Just jump on for a 5-minute break, coffee break, and I'll see you on the reverse side of this 5 minutes. Thank you very much, colleagues. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've managed to grab a cup of coffee and refresh yourself as we start our last session for the day and start running up a little bit. The next theme that we talk about is the role of the regions and support services offered. I know that many of you have been posing some critical questions on how much does tutoring cost at Unisa? Where do we get information on tutoring? Firstly, tutoring is free at Unisa, so you don't pay for the service. It's actually part of your package of being at Unisa. And to unpack some of these questions for you, we have a video presentation by Ms. Salome Mamadisa, which we will now play for you, and that will set the context and give you a bit of more information on the integrated tutor model at Unisa. So thank you, colleagues. We will play that video for you now.
My name is Salome Mamadisa, and in this session, I'll be taking you through the integrated tutor model. So what is this integrated tutor model? The presentation covers a brief explanation of what this model is about. And since the integrated tutor model is about ensuring that you are provided with tutor support, a bit of background on the role of the tutor is also covered. I will also touch on some quality assurance aspects related to the model, and also discuss e-learning skills required to succeed on the e-learning platform. The integrated tutor model is a well-planned form of support which forms part of teaching and learning in Unisa and is incorporated into your curriculum design. This model is also designed in such a way that it helps bridge the gap of isolation you might experience as a Unisa student studying at a distance by providing tutors who will guide you through your module content. It includes both e-tutoring and face-to-face. As I said, the integrated tutor model has two modes of delivery. One being through face-to-face, which has since been discontinued to minimize human contact owing to the current circumstances that we find ourselves. And the other being e-tutoring, which entails delivery of teaching and learning online via the internet. However, with what used to be face-to-face, alternative forms of support is provided mainly through the use of Teams. Because of the degree of interaction that is involved in the learning space during tutoring, the learning becomes deep and meaningful in that you get to interact with your peers, you get to interact with the tutor with the content, you again with the content. So there's continual learning that's taking place to ensure that the learning is enriched and beneficial to a Unisa student. This brings us to why Unisa has the integrated tutor model. Why is this necessary and important? Well, tutors are there to ensure that you get the help, support, and guidance that you need so that your learning journey is a successful one. I trust no one would want to remain in the system or either drop out. So you are encouraged to participate in the integrated tutor model so that your success is ensured. So you will benefit from participating in tutorials because you'll get to interact with other students with different experiences and backgrounds. You will be encouraged and even challenged to really apply yourself. In that higher level of thinking is encouraged. Subject-specific knowledge is increased. And on the other hand, it will promote self-regulated learning, meaning you'll be able to manage your time properly, manage your studies accordingly, and also enhances academic success, meaning your chances of success are quite high. Communication skills in the process are also improved in that there'll be continual, consistent communication with your peers, with your tutors as well. And most importantly, or should I say best of all, these tutorials are free. So nothing should hold you back. Tutorials are free and we encourage you to participate in tutorials. So these tutors we are talking about have the following roles to play. They have a pedagogical role to play, social, managerial, and technical roles. In the pedagogical role, they'll act as your first point of contact. Before you even could talk to your lecturer, the tutor will be there. Their role is to facilitate interaction. Make sure that you engage. They prompt you to participate. They moderate the discussions to ensure that what is discussed is appropriate for the course content and not offensive to other students as well. And also ensure that there's no bullying. They will respond to your queries. They'll provide guidance, feedback, and do the monitoring to ensure that the learning space really provides the meaningful and enriched learning. They also have a social role to play. As I said, as your first point of contact, they'll welcome you, encourage and motivate you to participate, offer praises, and really push you to learn. And as social beings, they will ensure that the learning environment is conducive to learning. Their managerial role includes the planning of the content that will be discussed, instructions and schedule. Nothing is done willy-nilly. There's organization, that's what I'm trying to say. And should it be required, you'll be referred to other relevant units of the university. For instance, if they found that maybe you might be struggling with your writing there and there. So there are other support services that Unisa offers to its students to make sure that they succeed. And they can again provide announcements, either announcement from the lecturers, module leader, or even from the university. Another role that they play, it's a technical role. They can provide you with basic technical support. For instance, if you get stuck in your learning process while using the learning platform, and they can also refer you to the relevant unit when you have technical problems. This is so that you also gain confidence in participating in that space. To ensure that you are provided with quality support services, tutors are taken through a vigorous selection and training process to ensure that only quality candidates are hired. And to maintain this quality, they are also supported by the lecturers through the provision of what we call tutor guidelines, and also monitored by various people within the college, such as what we call the ASCs, which are academic support coordinators. They're also monitored by lecturers and also our regional staff members. They monitor what takes place between the students and the tutor in the learning environment, and whether what the tutors are offering you is relevant to what they're supposed to be doing. And to further ensure quality of support services provided, as a student, there may come a time when you are asked through surveys about your experience in the integrated module, meaning how you found being part of the integrated tutor model. This is done so that we may identify areas that need to be improved in order to maintain this quality support year on year. In the previous surveys that we had conducted, as an example here, the feedback that we received has been consistently positive. As you can see, the e-tutors initiated discussions, and the feedback from students was positive. Whether they encourage student participation, the feedback was positive. Followed up on issues raised in discussions, the feedback here was also positive. This showed that students were happy with the kind of support provided to them by these e-tutors. And last but not least, the skills required in an e-learning environment. As a Unisa student, you should have basic technical skills. At least know how to navigate around any platform. Understand the use of maybe buttons, check boxes, typing, basic technical skills. Reading and writing skills, communication. Remember, you'll be communicating with your peers, you'll be communicating with your tutors, your lecturer, etc. You should know how to collaborate. This means to work with others and depend on others, such that others can also depend on you. You must also be a critical thinker. You don't just take anything that is thrown at you. You should be able to evaluate it. Cultural and social skills, these are very important. Remember, you won't be alone. You'll be engaging with others, collaborating with others, communicating with others. So these skills are very important. You should be able to explore. For instance, in a learning environment, you should be able to bring in something that you would have researched, something new, something exciting to share with others. And you should have effective time management skill, persistence, and motivation. These we can never overemphasize. These are never emphasized enough. Persistence and motivation. Remember, Unisa is a distance learning institution. So you need to be able to motivate yourself. You need to be able to have the staying power, what we call staying power, so that you complete your studies and ultimately succeed. So this was from me for now. You can visit our website for detailed information at www.unisa.ac.za/DISS/TSSS. Thank you.
a note of appreciation there to Ms. Mamadisa for unpacking what the tutor development project, tutor development training at Unisa is all about, and how you could go back into the tutors and benefit from it. You would also notice, ladies and gentlemen, that something that she mentioned quite critically is that at Unisa, the tutor program is not seen as an ad hoc program. It's integrated into your teaching and learning space, which means that you will have access to tutors to guide you through. And the good thing about tutors at Unisa is that they serve as a bridge between the academics and the students. It also serves as a mediation for your content and how they unpack the content so that you get the strategic support that you need to pass these courses. So please make use of this, ladies and gentlemen. This is a valuable service for you, and it will increase your pass rates, increases pass rates, because as Ms. Mamadisa has noted, we have highly skilled tutors that function effectively in the ODEL environment, specifically with pedagogy and student support, etc. So please remember that once you get into the system, make good use of the tutors that are free service to you from Unisa. We now move on to Ms. Masalisa, and she's going to talk to us about an overview of the regional support services and speak on behalf of the regions to us. Welcome, Ms. Masalisa, to the platform, and we'd like to now invite you to share a little bit about us on an overview of the regional support. Thank you, Ms. Masalisa. Ms. Masalisa, I think your mic is mute.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Unisa students. I also am the part of the welcoming of you into this orientation session. My name is Mwibonis Masalisa. I'm representing the regions. I think you have made a very good choice of being with us today here. And I'm going to really quickly go through and share with you what is happening with the regions and in the regions, because that's the access that Prof. Mashile and Prof. Letseka spoke about when they were talking about access. I would like to first start with the national footprint that we are having in the 9 provinces. You must appreciate the fact that you are really seriously taken care of, because we support all the registered Unisa students in 6 regions. We are having a regional service center in Eastern Cape, in Gauteng, up to the Val in Gauteng, in KZN, up to Pietermaritzburg and surrounding areas, northeastern that covers Limpopo and Mpumalanga, the Midlands that covers Northwest and the Free State, and the Western Cape. Unisa students, please bear in mind that you are now a Unisa student because you have passed on the first arm of service. Our first arm of service is student administration, where you have applied and registered, and then you are going to go through the student work so that you can graduate. Now, because you are here, you have passed all those stages. But I want to stress all what other presenters have stressed, that Unisa operate in a blended business model called ODEL. We are using ICT as an enabler, and we encourage all of you to familiarize yourself with ICT. Then the second arm of service in the region that we offer is facilitation of learning, whereby we are giving tutorial support, academic literacies, library and counseling, computer laboratories, and the study space. I'm briefly going to explain to you what are all those services that I have mentioned, how you're going to access them. Please remember that we stress the fact that we are operating online, more especially under the circumstances of COVID-19, and then what we are calling, we previously called face-to-face. Now it's virtually done through Teams. So you will be interacting with your lecturer online, whether the person calls you on WhatsApp or calls you on other method of online. But then the basic main one is Teams that you get support on. And previously we had 30 hours that we were giving to our students. But then because now we are working with the colleges whereby you are getting e-tutors, that's where you are supported, and then you can be able to access the tutor at any time of your time. Sometimes our tutorial program runs through the smart board recording, and then that's when you are in the computer labs. That's where you can share with other regions. We can have one tutor in Gauteng, but this tutor sharing with Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and so on. So we still have that service, although minimized by COVID. We don't allow the students for now to come into our computer labs. We will open again when the right time is so. You can get support if you go through the booking system that you have received, I think, a month ago, that will allow you access into the campus. So when you look at the picture that I have put across, now this is our virtual space that we are operating in. I've got the previous scenario whereby the COVID was not there, whereby the students will actually sit with one another. But that type of arrangement has now gone virtual. We really don't sit together in one classroom and then look at what is happening somewhere else, but we connect either on our laptop and so on. So I have posted on the service of the tutorials, and then I come on counseling services. We know that our students can go through difficulties, sometimes with their studies, sometimes with their families, and then sometimes even with the environment they are living in. It can be strikes, and you can also be concerned that around your area there won't be the inoculations won't be done quicker. You are not going to get the vaccines, and that can stress you. So we do have the counseling services that assist our students to cope with all the difficulties. And then there are lots of information that you can also access online. The counseling services is fully online, and the workshops are also conducted online. We've got the library services, and then this library services, you are used to come and collect book physically at the campuses, as I have already talked about 6 campuses. But unfortunately for now, you cannot access the campus, but we have got lots of books that have been stored on cloud, the ones that you can access as well on Google and so on. But then we also have a digital online training that we offer to our students, so that they can be able to access Unisa libraries and other libraries, and be also able to do the search through the different search engines. The ebooks are available, e-journals, articles, and then you can do all the requests online. Now, this is when you are lucky to get a book with you. And then when the book is dispatched through to you, you will now have to return it. These machines in most cases are outside the campuses, so you can be able to access it even during the COVID-19. But whereby they are inside the offices, there will always be people that can assist you. So these machines are called RFID because they actually, you drop the book and then it gives you the receipts. Then this prior COVID-19, it was what we call the library commons. Then you can see that people are meeting face to face there, but then we are actually now online, and then saying that the lecturers and the tutors should be able to bring this community of students to can read with one another, practice certain things with one another, and so on. Now, The other type of support that we are giving now, that support you directly with your studies, what you are doing. It supports you with your reading and writing, and then we normally do it even with the undergraduate and postgraduate. Then we have got quantitative literacies and the digital literacies. That's whereby you are going to be able to be taught how to handle your mouse for those who comes from the disadvantaged background and so on. And this is just a snapshot of what the academic literacies are doing to our students, because they equip you with the reading and writing skills. We're not going to take for granted that you are coming from a good school. We are not going to support you with this one, because there could be somewhere whereby you really get constrained with your studies. We also allow a pre or an e-consultation that you can do with your academic literacy facilitators, the same way in which we were doing with the e-tutors that I already spoke about. The technology enhanced learning is another service. Under normal circumstances whereby we don't have COVID, we open our computer laboratories and our students really come and then access the campuses. They get free Wi-Fi and they can go to the computer laboratories whereby they are able to do their assignment, print, do all these beautiful things that they want to do. But the current situation doesn't allow the students to access the computers. Your My Unisa also, like you are new students, majority of you, then that will mean that you will also get My Unisa training. But I have heard that one of our colleagues spoke about how you're going to get this type of training. So you would even also bring your devices like your laptops and your iPads to the campuses and then be assisted to put on the different apps that you can use for learning. But students, please remember that currently, in order for you to access that, you have to make a booking. There is already a booking app that you have been allocated to, and then training can be provided for you if you are not familiar with that. These telecenters are on hold now. This is what we do with the communities, different communities, whereby we establish the places where the students can go and access Unisa material. And then for now, we all those, they are on hold because of the COVID. I think actually so far I'm done with the activities that are rendered in the centers, and I would like to say if you do have questions, you can pose them and then we will respond to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Masalisa, for unpacking what the region is about and how the region actually supports students. Also for alerting students of the transitioning space in the regions as a response to COVID and how the regions are actually dealing with the transition. And also for highlighting some of the elements that of support that is supplied by the regions. And I think this is actually the main point of contact for many students, and this is why we included this as part of the tutorial, so that you become familiar with what the regions are doing. Thank you very, very much, Ms. Masalisa. We appreciate your presentation on that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to call back to the platform Ms. Lisa Dazel, and she's going to talk to us about understanding counseling and career development. Yes, you've heard that right. Counseling and career development services at Unisa and the role of the regions in this particular space. Thank you, Lisa. Welcome back, and the space is now yours.
Thank you very much, Denzel. I'm very glad to still be here. Those who may have missed my previous presentation, my name is Lisa Dazel. I'm a student counsellor at the Counselling and Career Development Directorate, and I would want to just share with you some of the support services that we offer. So our directorate, we are dedicated to providing you with counselling as well as guidance and academic support, and these must add value to your career choices and your learning. So in short, our focus is on career, academic and personal support. And in this presentation, I will just share a bit more about what that actually means. Just before I get started, there are some myths about counselling support that we've heard about over time. So the most important thing is that people often think that counselling is only for people who have serious emotional problems. So although counselling can provide you with that psychosocial support, it can also help students to choose a course of study or a career path. It could also help you with problems in terms of your academic achievement. It can help you to understand yourself better. Can help you if you have difficulties in managing your time, for example, balancing your studies, your work and your family commitments. Can also help you to study more effectively and trying to adjust to the university and open and distance e-learning specifically. So we always encourage students to rather contact us sooner than later so that we can actually have continuous conversations about your career, your academic and your personal development as you are studying, but also beyond being a Unisa student. Then the second myth, the counsellor is a psychic who tells you what to do with your life and how to fix your problems. So sometimes the idea is that the counsellor would be able to see what you're thinking and feeling and then fix those problems for you. So our role as counsellors, we help you to achieve the goals that you set and help you resolve your problems. So we will not tell you what to do, but we rather help you to explore the potential advantages and disadvantages of your choices, and we also help you to get further support where needed. And then the last thing in terms of counselling, often people think that, you know, after one conversation, that's enough, then I will be sorted. But change is not simple and it takes a lot of time and energy. So counselling is really not a quick fix cure to your problems, but it will provide you with the insight into your functionings and also the decisions that you make that will then help you to change. So just an overview of where we are. In terms of the different regions, we've got counsellors in the Western Cape, the Eastern Cape, KZN, Gauteng, Midlands as well as Northeastern. So at these centres there are counsellors available that will be able to assist you on a one-on-one basis as well as offering workshops throughout the year. Within the current COVID pandemic and lockdown, we are offering our services remotely, and I will tell you a bit more about how to access that as I proceed with the presentation. Now, our website contains a number of self-help resources, and these are available to you 24/7. So the resources include documents that you can download, as well as audio and video recordings. You will see that the different sections on the website will help you to manage those different areas that I spoke about, namely your career development, your academic development, as well as your personal development. Our web address is there on the screen, so it's unisa.ac.za/counselling. So just some highlights from our website in terms of exploring careers. Career information is a very important part of your career development, and the resources on our website can help you to learn more about the different career opportunities related to your qualification. For example, you may be wondering what you can do with a degree in economics or psychology or management or life sciences. And the information on our website can help you learn more about the different opportunities available. You can also learn more about the possible study opportunities related to your career goals. So, for example, if you have already thought about that you would want to qualify as a chartered accountant, you may not be sure whether the qualification that you are busy doing will help you prepare for that specific opportunity. So that information is also available on our counselling website. Then in terms of preparing for job opportunities, we've got a lot of information about your graduateness and your employability. So the resources on our website can support you to understand the employability skills you need to develop. So those include things such as CV writing, creating a career portfolio, how to do effective networking, and also preparing for interviews. Then in terms of managing your studies more effectively, so in terms of that function, we talk to you on the website about time management and how to prioritize your studies. We also have resources available about effective study techniques. I spoke earlier about especially the importance of making notes in an ODEL context. We also have resources available about managing challenges related to your studies, specifically applying appropriate problem-solving skills. There are also videos and audio recordings about preparing for the examinations and dealing with exam stress. And then we also have information about the academic literacy support services that Unisa offers. Personal development, in that area, we have resources about self-confidence, how we can even your tutors and lecturers. Thinking differently about challenges and how to manage those. In my previous presentation, I did speak about challenges and how we can manage those effectively. So on our website, there are further resources that you can use to reflect on your current challenges and how to manage that. And then we also have resources available in terms of dealing with and getting support related to loss and grieving. How do we provide support? The easiest way to get a hold of us is to send an email to counselling@unisa.ac.za. This would normally start a conversation that can be followed up with a telephone or an online session on Microsoft Teams. And then, as I've mentioned, our website with the self-help resources that are available 24/7. And if you would want to book an online session with a counsellor on Microsoft Teams, there's also a link on the screen that will take you to the information that you need, as well as the booking form that you need to complete. So it's bit.ly//DCCD online. So students often wonder why they must contact us. So again, our focus is on career, academic and personal development support, and we are there for you before, during and after your study journey. So before application and registration, we support students to prepare for the demands of ODEL learning and also to get career guidance and counselling to help you link your studies to your career development. During studies, we can help you with orienting to your Unisa studies, getting settled, and also to develop learning skills, which are the time management and effective learning strategies that I also shared with you earlier. We can also support you to cope with personal difficulties that impact on your studies. So those include effective problem solving and decision making skills, as well as relationship problems and self-confidence. We support you to develop your career management skills. So those include things such as planning your career, setting career goals, and also making career transitions. For example, as you're studying, you may find that the qualification you are busy doing is no longer helping you to reach your career goals. So we can have conversations with you about how you could realign your studies to your career goals. And then also in terms of career management skills, we support you to develop graduate attributes, including problem solving and effective decision making skills. So also during as well as after your studies, we can help you to identify opportunities through career research to prepare for job opportunities. So that includes information and discussions about searching for jobs, presenting yourself to employers through your CV writing, your online brand, as well as interview skills. We can support you to create an effective professional network and also have discussions with you about postgraduate study opportunities. So again, our email address, counselling@unisa.ac.za. So you are welcome to contact us at any time so that we can have a further discussion or actually continuing discussions about the support that you need and how we can support you to be an effective Unisa student. Thank you, Denzel.
Thank you very, very much, Lisa. I think you've unpacked the counselling challenge quite interestingly, the way you've given students an overview of what is offered at Unisa. I also would like more specifically to note of the fact that you also offer post-study elements as well, developing your CV, branding as well. I thought that was quite interesting for Unisa to offer such services, specifically in the area that we are living in. So thank you very, very much for that, Lisa. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you take advantage of this. As Lisa mentioned, contact them. They are there to assist you. And I know I've worked with Lisa for some time, and she's an amazing person to actually assist you in your journey as a student. Thank you very much, Lisa. Once again, we appreciate that. We now move on to our next presentation. In our next presentation, I see there's some questions about library services as well. And our next presentation is titled Understanding Library Services Offered by the Regions at Unisa and the Region. And to unpack this for us, we've asked Ms. Mercy Mokela to join us today to share some insights for us on this. Welcome, Mercy, to the floor. Thank you for taking your time to join us today. The platform is now yours, Mercy.
Good afternoon, colleagues and students joining us on this presentation. My name is Mercy Mokela. I'm based in the Northeastern region, which forms part of Limpopo and Mpumalanga, which is Middelburg and Nelspruit offices. Thank you. I'll be representing the regional libraries as a whole. Denzel, whatever.
It's fine. We can see your screen. Just press the arrows. I think it'll move.
Is it? I'm trying to press the arrows. It doesn't move. I've pressed F5.
Press your enter.
Enter. Trying. I think.
Okay. I'm wondering whether. Okay, try now.
Enter.
Nothing. Okay, I'm wondering whether we could. I see Richard.
Share it from your site.
Richard, I see your screen is live at the moment. Okay, just try now, Mercy. Slideshow, view show.
Sorry.
Just try now. Or if you have a problem viewing it, it's fine. Just click on the slides on your right, on your left-hand side, and we can use this for time being.
On my left-hand side. Which ones? Can I unshare and try
again? Yeah, unshare and share again, so we can see if it will work.
Okay, share content. Share. It's trying to load. No.
Just press F5.
F5. There it is. But you see, it doesn't allow me to page. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry for this glitch, this BBT story. Yes, my name is again is Mercy Mokela from the Northeastern region. I would like to welcome the new students of Unisa and all the colleagues, from all the regional services. Thank you very much. I'll be presenting on behalf of the libraries. Introduction, regional library objectives, Unisa library regions, lending services, e-resources, Unisa repository, library commons, mobile library bus, and the training. These are part of the presentation. Objective of library regions, of library services in regions is library is an integral part of the university. and its aim is to support teaching, learning, and research. We provide access to books, prescribed, recommended, and additional reading, reference sources, audiovisual materials, that's videos and CDs, and electronic databases and ebooks. I know for the new students, especially now that Unisa is going, e-learning full force, it can be scary for the students. They shouldn't be scary because we have libraries in regional offices and we also can talk to them electronically and reach out to them. We have regional libraries in the following offices: Polokwane, Durban, City Center, Cape Town, Impero, Rustenburg, Ethiopia, Sunnyside, Ekurhuleni. Florida is closed now, for the renovations. East London, Nelspruit, Pietermaritzburg, Port Elizabeth. And to locate your branch library, you can click on www.unisa.ac.za/corporate/default/library/branch locator. This you find under the website of the library. You can just find the branch locator there. Lending services, which is the main item, the main aspect. I know with students now getting their tutorial letters and whatever study material, they will need this reference sources for their assignments. You can request online or visit the regional library next to you. But please remember, it's not only the regional libraries, we also have the main library in Pretoria, but we are talking about the regional libraries where we can reach out to you closer to your home. Returning of books as well. You can access and return books at any regional library, at any, whether if you take a book in Polokwane, you are free to return it back in Cape Town, Durban, Nelspruit, wherever you see the sign of Unisa Library, you can return the book. You can access the library through this email address, web page address. We'll gladly put it on Facebook as well because it's a long web address, but we'll put it on Facebook and everywhere where you can reach us so that it's easier for you to reach out to the library. You search library material, select and request online using My Unisa login. You are My Unisa logins. The e-resources, they are restricted to authorized members of the Unisa community. Remember, as students, you are the main member of the Unisa community. It's students, staff, and researchers. We support your research and study through the e-resources. That's the electronic resources. Databases made available by Unisa Library with the license agreement. We buy the databases from the publisher and service provider. So there are some articles, electronic articles that might need passwords to access, but as a student, especially the law students, usually the personal librarian and us in the branches, we give you that email password access. And then also the e-resources includes bibliographies, indexes, full text journals and books, working papers, statistical data sets, and image databases. Don't be scared by all these terminologies. Once you visit us, we can explain, and when you need them or when you see such things on your tutorial letters, be free to ask the branch librarians who will gladly assist you to access any of those. The institutional repository is an open digital archive of scholarly, intellectual, and research outputs of the Unisa community. Usually it's those theses and dissertations of Unisa students. They are put on the repository and they can be easily accessed. You don't have to visit the library to get that big, thick thesis from someone. You can access it electronically wherever you are. Research articles, conference papers, rare and special materials, and many other digital assets. Remember, with rare and special materials, some cannot even leave the library, but at least with this digitization, it's easy for you to access them wherever you are. You can access the repository through this address, http:// /uir.unisa.ac.za. Research space or library commons. It's usually available for postgraduate students, but we don't say we will chase you away as an undergraduate. We're just trying to make space for them because they will need to sit for longer hours in a quieter space. In the libraries itself, there are desks, there are computer carrels where undergraduate students can access information and sit there and do their research. But the library commons are mainly for postgraduate students. The mobile library service. This is to ensure equitable access to information, resources, and library services for students wherever they are. Remember, the mobile library bus takes the library to the student. You don't have to go to the office. The library comes to you through the mobile library bus. This service was only for Western Cape and Northeastern region. But for now, because of COVID, the services are also being, suspended for a while. But we will inform you as students when they start to operate. We've got partnerships with public libraries where we go and stop. You will have the schedules. We will contact you and inform you when the service is ready to operate. We provide the following services through the bus: database searches, catalog searches, information literacy training, circulation services, which is issuing, renewals, book requests, and returning of books, marketing of library services, and general inquiries, not only about the library, but maybe registration, whatever information we have. That what we don't have, we will take your queries and we will forward them to the relevant units. The services, as I said, they are currently suspended due to corona virus outbreak. Library training. The library provides different types of platforms for training purposes. That's the workshops and training such as Teams, video conferencing, library catalog, how to access ebooks or journal articles, how to request, all the information literacy queries that one might need. The library can provide those trainings. RefWorks, Mendeley, whatever services that the students need in connection with their reference sources, we assist you. Please visit the library webpage or the branch library for training schedule. All the branch libraries on the sends their training schedules on the library webpage, and you can see the dates that we have, especially the group trainings. But we also do one-on-one. For whoever walks into the library, be free to ask if you need anything. We provide one-on-one training, as we are there for you, waiting to assist you. We cannot ask you to come next week when you are there and you need our assistance. We will gladly train you alone as you are or with another one, but we will want to make sure that when you leave the library, you've got the required information and you've got the required sources in hand, or those that we don't have in the library. You can request, we assist you in requesting it from Pretoria, where they have the bigger collection, and we'll make sure that you get the book, because when we receive it, we also contact you to come and collect the book. How you can contact us is through the email or tweet at Unisa Library, through the Facebook, or even telephone. All the branch libraries have got the landlines, and they are now even, we are connected through the cell phone. When you call the landline, we can receive your call on our cell phones or on the Teams on computers. Don't be scared, because those landlines are there for you to contact us, and we will gladly assist you. Even through the email, you send your queries, we respond. We can even send you article attachments on the emails. As the branch libraries, we are there closer to your home. We are there for you, and we will assist you with all your reference and information resources needs. I thank you very much, students and colleagues. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Mokela. I like the words. Don't be afraid to contact us. That's the word coming from your branch representative. But
Yes.
colleagues, you've heard Ms. Mokela mention the multiple ways that Unisa is making access points for you electronically, online, through your mobile devices. And I recall the days when I actually had to go into the library when my undergraduate years just to access material. But now we've gotten access right at the fingertips. So please listen to the plea that went out from Ms. Mokela. Contact them. They are there to assist you. And this is also part of the open agenda at Unisa to provide access to you to these resources. So thank you very, very much, Ms. Mokela, for sharing with us of the different branches and the roles of the Regions play specifically in the library and how students could benefit from this. This is much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next session. And our next speakers, plural, will speak to us of understanding of teaching and learning support services provided at the regions. And they will touch on two aspects, academic literacies and tutorial services. And it's my privilege at this time to ask Dr. Molotja and Mr. Jacques Dutoy to join us and unpack this for us. Thank you very, very much, colleagues. Mr. Dr. Molotja, I hand over the platform to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. Good afternoon, everyone, the Unisa community at large, including the students that are joining us via different online platforms. My name is Makwena Molotja, as the Program Director has indicated. I am going to share with you the teaching and learning support services at the regions. I am co-presenting with my colleague who will take over from where I stop. A lot of the presentations that happened before, you have heard a lot about the environment, the ODEL environment that we are in. I am not going to touch on that, but what is important for us as an ODEL institution, our focus is that you as the student, you are at the focal point of your education process. What we want to do is just to support you so that you can make progress in your studies. Our aim is to see you succeeding in your studies, so you are not alone. The aim of this presentation is to introduce you to the learner support services that we offer at the regions. As you have heard that we do have a main campus in Pretoria, but as an ODEL institution, we have got various offices in the different provinces where we call them the regional offices, just to be closer to where you are. So I am not going to touch much about the ODEL, a lot has been said. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we used to offer what we call face-to-face tutorial classes, where students will be invited at regional offices or centers to go and attend classes with the qualified tutors that have been appointed by the module lecturers. However, we had now to change our way of doing things so as to save lives and to keep the spread of the COVID-19 virus. And you know, as an ODEL institution also, we also need to offer our support online, so we couldn't just fold our arms. Hence, we are continuing as regions to offer you online support services. Ms. Masalisa has touched on where the regions are. I'm not going to take much time. We have all different offices in various provinces, but our student profile is very diverse in the fact that we have students right from matric to retired students, that the kind of students we are serving as Unisa. We also have employed as well as unemployed students. Like I've said, at the center of this whole learning process is you as the student, so our services are student-centered. In the regions, we are offering services to you as students. We offer both administrative support as well as academic support. My colleague and I, we are going to touch on the two services, tutorial services, as well as the academic literacy services. I've said that we are no longer offering face-to-face tutorial services. We have moved now to offer tutorial services online using the Microsoft Teams platform. where you will receive a link through our various regional offices to invite you to the sessions that will be scheduled. But before we do that, we need you, a student, to also indicate your interest by enrolling. Free of charge is just to indicate your student number, which modules would you like assistance in, so that we have you on our systems to record that you have enrolled. Then we can invite you from there, where you will have a live stream tutorial sessions for selected high risk modules. These are the modules that are referred to have high failure rate. You will check our various regional offices website for the list of modules that we'll be offering, because it's not all modules that we will be offering through this platform. The sessions will be recorded, so it will be a live session like we have here now, where you will be able to ask questions to the tutor. You'll be able to participate. What we need from you is to come prepared to those sessions so that you can have a meaningful learning experience. We need you to participate, engage the tutor, ask questions, contribute as much as you can. That's how you will be able to learn. So after the sessions, we will upload the recordings on our regional websites, regional Facebook page, as well as my Unisa module site, so that at your spare time, you will be able to revisit the sessions and then just to ensure that you have understood everything. That's where I stop with the tutorials. I hand over to my co-presenter, Mr. Dutoit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malojua. Yes, so I'm going to take you through the academic literacies. Now, a lot of students, when they access the website and they navigate around the website, they won't clearly understand what is meant by academic literacies, because it's such a loaded concept. Academic literacies is how you navigate the spaces academically in terms of your skills. And there has been a lot of misconceptions in what it means to be a university student. A lot of students come into the university and they think that they need to study to pass. And we at Unisa say you don't just need to study to pass, but you need to learn to pass. Aside from that, knowledge is not only composed of isolated facts in your field. You also need to get the opinions of others, your own informed opinion, the facts, the reasonable claims, substantiation to the claims, and what it means in order to engage with that type of knowledge. A lot of students also feel that university is just a continuation of school and that you can approach the same. In the presentation by Lisa Daisels, she indicated, you know, when you study at university, you need to be able to engage with the topics and the materials and the study notes. You need to be able to make notes as well as effectively take notes. Now, what Academic Literacy Centre is all about, we provide reading and writing services to undergraduate students. We also offer quantitative literacy workshops and consultations, research writing for postgraduate students, as well as having an academic literacy's online presence. Now, I'm just going to unpack it and contextualize what I mean by all of this. When you get an assignment to write an essay, it's not just merely an essay that you need to write. You need to ask yourself, what type of essay is it? Is it a descriptive essay? Is it an analytical essay? Is it an expository essay? Is it an argumentative essay? What type of essay is it that the lecturer wants? So in your first year, your essays usually comprise about 500 words. In your second year, you need to write about 2 to 5 pages. In your third year, 7 to 15 pages with in-text referencing. And in your honors, it's 40 pages, and your master's 120 minimum pages. Now, here's the trick. If you're writing in a super semester of round about 6 months, an essay of 500 words, do you have enough words, information, and vocabulary to write it 2 to 5 pages next year? A lot of students struggle with how to read and write academically because it becomes it becomes a process where you need to engage with information, but not only to engage with information, but also to understand information, to interpret information, to criticize information, to modify it, and to clarify and respond to it. So that is what we are teaching you as part of the academic literacies, because part of our job is also to look at your academic wellness in terms of how do you produce a very good assignment. So we've got consultation sessions for students that feel that they are a little bit uncertain about approaching this assignment or the essay, or whether they're reading it correctly. So the e-consultations we do offer via MS Teams or via email. We also got virtual academic literacy workshops via MS Teams. We also provide independent learning materials. We've got a MOOC that will assist you in being digitally literate or digitally fluent, that was just released last year, as well as an open educational resource to say to students, you know what, aside from the fact that you want to become a lawyer, we can also assist you in reading effectively for law or understanding the human sciences. So that comprises the reading and writing services. The quantitative literacies focus on your numeracy. So the numeracy in terms of accounting, if you, for example, matriculated in the 90s, you're studying law now and you do accounting as a subject that's compulsory, and you don't know how to operate a financial calculator, we will give you classes on how to operate a financial calculator or scientific calculation, or do calculations even, because that is something that a lot of students struggle with and we want to support you. If you're an honest master's or doctoral student, we will take you through academic writing for longer texts. That is our research writing component for postgraduates. And then we also got a service called Accolade. Now, Accolade is academic literacies online, where we also support students that can't make it to the regional offices or can't access reading and writing services, quantitative literacy services, or research writing services at their nearest office. So what are the skills that we want to impart? We've got a reading and writing component, which look at our academic reading, writing, and critical thinking skills. We look at the quantitative, which look at numeracy-related skills, counting, taxation, auditing, and even for mathematics. And with the mathematics, I'm talking about algebra or linear algebra. Remember, we're not focusing on the content. We focus on the skills that you need in order to survive that particular module. Aside from that, we also offer postgraduate support in terms of research writing skills, how to write a literature review, how to write an executive summary, how to do effective literature control, or how do you quality or look at the naturalistic inquiry in terms of qualitative research. And the ethical clearance documentation. We also got soundboards for that through our postgraduate writing portal. Then the online digital literacies focus more on the academic skills needed in order to survive your discipline. So the role of an open distance learning student, you need to go through your study material in order to say that this is what you struggle with. You need to send your problematic areas in terms of the content to your lecturer, but using your MyLife email address. You put your student number in the subject area of the email, and then you can participate also in e-tutorial sessions that you can check on My Unisa. You also need to participate actively on My Unisa discussion forums so that you can kind of get a feel on where you're stuck and what's not going okay, because we need to know what it is that you struggle with in order to remedy or provide solutions to your problems. So you need to activate, and this is a priority. Students need to activate their My Unisa and their MyLife email accounts in order to respond to us as university students. An important tip is that you need to keep in mind is the fact that you need to check your MyLife emails and My Unisa emails regularly for any announcements. You need to check the website and Facebook pages or social media, the Twitter pages, to find out what's new in terms of the institutional or regional sites. And you need to give us feedback through emails and regional Facebook pages and student surveys so that we can see how our practice need to accommodate you, especially in this lockdown or the pandemic period. So you can contact us at the regional offices. And I know that this is very, very lengthy in terms of the hyperlinks, but to make it easier, you can just type www.unisa.ac.za/regions, and then you can just click on there and just find out which region is actually closest to you and what is the email address and how can you stay in contact with your regional service center. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, colleagues, for unpacking that for us. Taking note of the academic literacies that are available. There's a variety of them, and I think this is where students can really benefit from in terms of skills development. And I think that's quite a good variety, colleagues, of what you have put together, from OER resources to MOOCs to webinars. And this, ladies and gentlemen, would be a good resource for you to touch base with the regions and some of the programs that they have in developing the academic literacies and the tutorial services. So thank you very, very much to both of you for unpacking this and also just providing a good orientation to our students on what's available. Thank you, colleagues. Much appreciate that. So, colleagues, we now move on to the next part, which is the Digitech support services offered in the regions. You've heard a lot about ODEL, and then you've learned a lot about technology integration, and you've also heard a lot about the advancements of technology. And then some of the speakers spoke about competencies, etc. Now we talk to the Digitech colleagues, and it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Bongi Leboloni. And I should actually say that Ms. Bongi is the co-producer of this event as well, and she's working in the background. So thank you very, very much, Bongi, for your dedication to the background. I know you're doing an excellent job to that. But we now invite you to unpack Digitech support services offered in the regions. Digitech, it's such a nice name. Bongi, let me give you the floor. Digitech support services, you can tell us about this. Thank you, Bongi.
Thank you, Program Director, and greetings to the colleagues and our students who has joined us today. My name is Bongi Debelwane. I'm the Technology Enhanced Learning Coordinator from Midlands region. Currently, I'm representing the Digital and Technology Enhanced Learning Community of Practice, which is known as the Digitech. This is the body that represents digital and technology concepts for all the regions. We can conclude today that technology is the future with what has been shared by the colleagues. So there is no way we can run it away from it. This body that I am representing today, the composition of its membership is made of all the technology staff across the 7 regions. The executive members is myself as a chairperson of the COP. We've got Mr. Richard Wright. He's also working behind the scenes with me. We've got Mr. Kodile Gaba. He's the Secretary General for this platform. And the committee members, which forms this COP, is all the technology enhanced learning coordinators and the digital learning advisors. The purpose and function of this COP, the Digitech, is to create, maintain, sustain, and strengthen collaborative networks between the regions and the support directorates. This is based on the ethos of student-centeredness, collegiality, and innovation. Amongst the functions that the COP has, I've just pulled out the main one, which is to conceptualize and initiate technology innovations to enhance teaching, learning, research, and development. So here, this is where the creativity happens in this platform, because this is where we also need to come with strategies on how we can enhance learning through technology and digital platforms. I'm not gonna put much emphasis on the benefits of technology. Most of the speakers today has indicated the importance and the benefits of using technology. However, I'll just quickly run through them so that we understand why do we have to learn using technology in this in the high institution space. Firstly, it is future orientated, as indicated. Education cannot lag behind when it comes to technology, because it is the future. Then we won't be able to achieve the desired outcome, as indicated by the speakers earlier on. Two, it makes learning interesting. This is where the critical thinking, complex problem solving is happening. Students get an opportunity to interact in flexible methods. So it makes learning easy than having to have a lecture standing in front of us and for you to gain knowledge or to study, having to have somebody physically there. So it makes learning very flexible. Wherever you are, whenever you are able to study, and you can still obtain your degree just doing the virtual learning. Thirdly, it improves our skills, whether you are studying or you are not studying, but you putting your leg or putting yourself into a space of technology, however, automatically you'll be having your skills improving. Looking at mobile learning, communication skills will improve. We'll be valuing diversity, because then different cultures, different people can be accommodated through technology. So you need to learn more so that you understand technology, and as you do that, your skills of technology and digital improves. It increases the collaboration. This is the anchor of the distance learning, because before this couldn't be achieved, the collaboration couldn't be achieved, because everybody needed to be reached out according to their location. But now distance learners can join online communities. They can collaborate with other students. They can collaborate with their lectures, regardless of where they are. So it encourages the space of collaboration. The fifth one, which is the last one, it reduces the weight. Gone are the days whereby we still walk around with brown suitcases, with our backpacks, and the briefcases. Here, everything can be put into one. So you have your books, your assignments, your projects, your files, your whatever that you can think of. It's all packaged in a gadget. So you don't really need to have this in one suitcase or packed in one suitcase. Even your tutorial letters, your study guides, we know that they can be found through a digital space. So as long as you have your gadget, you can travel anywhere. You can go on a holiday, but then all your books or all what you need to study, it's just packaged in one light device. Let me get into now the support services, the digital and technology support services that are being provided in the regions. My colleague has indicated that the regions are there and they are there to assist you. As much as we acknowledge the fact that this is a distance learning institution, you don't have to study alone. You always have a company. Regions are there to assist you. You don't have to sit there struggling, being frustrated and not knowing where to get help. Regions are existing there to help you specifically with your issues of technology. So what services are we rendering in the regions, technology and digital? First one, we've got access to computer facilities, which is our computer laboratories. Each and every region has a computer laboratory where students can come and visit on site, where you can be assisted. But then there are slight changes in it. You need to secure a booking. We've got an online booking app. So immediately you have registered on My Unisa, you'll be able to access this online booking app, and then you'll be able to secure your space so that you can come and visit the computer lab. This is where you'll meet your digital learning advisor who will assist you with all your needs when it comes to digital and technology needs. Secondly, we've got access to technology support staff. This is where you'll find your digital learning advisors, which are normally known as DLAs, and your TELs, which is your technology enhanced learning coordinators. Here, as I've indicated to you or mentioned earlier, that you don't have to study alone. This we've got support staff who specifically specializes with technology. These people are available for you so that they can help you to get through your studies through the technology and digital platforms which are available. So they will assist you with various purposes related to e-learning, since Unisa now is ODEL institution. You will also receive one-on-one support on digital learning and technology queries. So you'll also get an opportunity to be attended as an individual, so that your case or your related problems can be given full attention by our support staff. We also, you can also access the regional website and social media platforms. All the regions have regional websites. So if you want to be informed on what is happening on the region where you are registered to, or where you are located, this is where you'll get an updated information, so that you understand on the activities that will be happening, or any other issue that is related to your region. We have the regional website. If you have logged into My Unisa, you'll still see the link that points you to the regional website. We also, however, communicate via the Facebook. The regions have the Facebook. We know that the Facebook it's an instant, not quite instant, but then it's interactive in such a way that we are able to touch base with each other in a quicker way. At the same time, you'll be connecting with other students, because here you've got a freedom to express whatever that you want to express, so that as the university and as the regions, we are aware of what is happening from your side and on the ground. So even if you are not logged into My Unisa, you can still go to Unisa website, and then you can still access our regional websites. In addition to that, we've got trainings and workshops that are rendered by the regions. Due to COVID-19 protocols and limitations, most of our trainings and workshops will be happening on MS Teams. Tomorrow, our technology support staff will be on site. If you have never used Microsoft Teams before, this will be your opportunity to grab it, so that you can understand how to use it, how you will be invited, and then how does it work. So in this, our training includes the following: the My Unisa Learning Management System. This is your link, your only link to your learning studies. So as a student, the only way to understand how Unisa works, if you want to communicate with your lecturers, if you want to understand when are your assignment submission dates, when is the examination taking place, any update if you are you have activated My Unisa. So there is no way you can miss any important communication that is related to your studies. So we will show you step by step tomorrow on how to navigate through the functionalities of My Unisa. We also render services on step by step on how to claim My Life. Most of the students, this is the first step that you need to know, because this is a free student email account. Normally, students, this is the official student email account. So you will only be able to communicate with your lecturers through your My Life email account. So it's important that you constantly communicate using your My Life student email account instead of your personal kind of Gmail account or any other personal account. We also assist you in accessing and downloading of study material. Now, since Unisa is becoming, or it is an ODEL, most students, you cannot tomorrow complain that you haven't received your study material. The study material is there on your My Unisa. So this is where your study guide, your textbook information, whatever that you need as a study material is shared via My Unisa portal. So this is where you don't really have to wait for your study material to be posted, because then the assignment dates will be sooner than when your study material can be delivered to you. So our digital learning advisors will be showing you how to do or how to download the study material. The assignment submissions and approach to signature online modules. We've got compulsory online modules that as a new student, you really need to submit your assignment online, and these are compulsory for most of the modules. So you will need to know how to do your online modules or signature modules for your studies, because this is compulsory. It's something that needs to be done by a student. So they will show you how to submit the assignment. Since in most of the regions you won't find that box where you post your assignment as a manual. So we encourage students to convert or to do their assignments in a digital platform so that you can be able to submit. And then we will be also guiding you on, training you on how to prepare for online examination, and also sharing the issues of processes and procedures. Since this one, it's something that can be challenging for most of the students. We also have digital literacies where we'll be focusing on MS Office 365. My colleague tomorrow will also touch a bit on MS Office 365 and its applications. This also includes the MS Teams, which will be used for the training most of the times. We also offer ICT technical assistance on, you bring your devices. We will also assist you in making sure that you set up the operating system, which is the updated one or which is relevant to your studies or where Unisa is right now. Normally it's Windows 10. And then we also assist you with installations of Microsoft Office 365. Also in our regions, we've got free internet Wi-Fi access. So if you've ran out or you've got issues of internet, we do have the Wi-Fi free access in our regional services. Also, due to COVID students, the access is very limited. So if you want to access the internet freely, then you also have to secure a booking via online. We also assist you with Wi-Fi settings on your devices. In conclusion, I would like to say, if you can't beat technology, then connect with it. You'll have to make friends with it. So tomorrow you'll be connecting with the DLAs, which is our digital learning advisors. You will be seeing them on real action. So for you to grab this opportunity, please make sure that tomorrow you join us. The breakaway sessions will be happening on tomorrow, Thursday, the 1st of April, from 1 until 4 o'clock. This is where you'll be then interacting with the digital learning advisors, and you'll be able to raise your concerns, questions, and challenges that you have been coming across since you have registered with Unisa. So Richard tomorrow will be sharing those links on the screen as when we get to that session. We're looking forward to see you and meeting you tomorrow. Thank you very much, and siyabonga. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Bongi. That was an excellent articulation of the services rendered by Digitech, and more specifically about the competencies that can be built, the digital competencies that the regions actually output in terms of developing our students, as well as an engagement with the critical learning management platform, the email addresses, etc. So thank you very much for Bongi for doing that and unpacking that for the students as a good orientation introduction to what's available to them. Much appreciated. Colleagues, I know we are on a time schedule, strict time schedule, but I want to raise just a few questions from the Q&A that has been posted by students, and we'll respond to that in a very short kind of space. But these are frequent questions that have been asked as part of the platform. So let me just look. So we've taken note firstly of all your questions relating to NSFAS. And we will respond. There are many questions that came through in our platform, and we are actually thankful for so many questions because it actually shows that there is active participation and critical thinking of our students of engaging the Unisa environment. So the colleagues have actually decided to create a document in response to some of these questions and share it on the various platforms as well. One of those questions will be the response to NSFAS and registration. At this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Mokela to join us on the platform. There are two questions directed specifically to library-related questions. Ms. Mokela, while you join us, the first question relates to how to access the library resources via MyUnisa. Ms. Mokela, I know that you mentioned that there are training on this as well. So the first question relates to how to access library e-resources via MyUnisa. If there's training to download the e-reserves, the e-books, etc. That's the first question. And the second question that I would also like to direct to you is, are students able to access regional libraries at the present moment, concerning COVID, etc.? Thank you, Ms. McKellar.
Thank you, Denzel and the students. Let me start with the second question. No, at the moment, due to the COVID and remember, we earlier on had a student strike due to concerning the NSFAS and all their concerns. We are still closed, but probably will open in due course. And the first question, when students go to MyUnisa, they click on My Library. That will open the web page of the library. And there, that's where they click on request. That's the e-resources request. The simplest one is to choose the A to Z list under the library because it's catalog, it's e-resources. You click on e-resources and then there's an A to Z list. That's where you get all the electronic resources. That is e-books, articles, and all the resources that they need. They should remember to click on the A to Z list under the online resources on the library webpage.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mokela. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard that, My Library A to Z resources, and that's what you need to engage with. Yes, and then as you heard, the regional libraries are not open at present, but you can follow up with the university announcements to see when it's actually open for you to access it. At this time, I'm going to raise two questions on counseling that has been raised. And the first question, I'm going to ask Ms. Sidwaba to actually join us in response to this. Ms. Fezi Sidwaba, concerns about how to approach 10 modules per year. I know this has been a lot, and I've seen so many questions on this, so I'm really interested to hear your response on this. How are students going to approach 10 modules per year? How do students plan their study from April to September in order to complete the year successfully? Do you have some wise words of wisdom for them to engage this? Mr. Dwaba.
Thank you, Denzel, for the opportunity, and good afternoon, students. The most important thing to manage your time is to acknowledge that you need to take personal responsibility towards your studies. This is a time where you need to have an adequate plan, where you also have enough room that you need to make for relaxation. Remember, all work and no play is no fun at all. So it's important that you have all those aspects of your life covered. Distinguish also what is important and what is not so important. Most of the time we find the students tend to waste a lot of time on social media, whereas they could be focusing on their studies. So the minute you establish a routine and you commit to the plans that you've set for yourself, that is also important that you have realistic goals. Because if you do not set realistic goals, you'll find at the end of the year, you still have not covered much. So set realistic goals and commit to those and establish a routine. We have shared information on the platform and where to contact us. For more information, you can get to our website, which is www.unisa.ac.za/counselling, where you'll then have to click on manage time or manage your studies. You'll get more information on how to manage your studies, how to plan, also an example of a study plan or a roster that you can establish for yourself, and how to manage the challenges that you'll encounter during your studies as well. So all that information is available on our website, which is www.unisa.ac.za/counselling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dwaba. Time management, planning, and no procrastination. That's good words for how do we manage the 10 modules for this next semester. Colleagues, leading to that question, I'm going to ask Dr. Zama Sitsanga to also join us on the platform. Building up from those 10 modules, pressure on students. There are a lot of students that have echoed anxiety, being anxious in terms of approaching this year, specifically the changes at Unisa. How would students deal with anxiety? And also, what are the opportunities for them, or how could they book sessions with counselors to deal with that anxiety that they are feeling? Dr. Zamasitsanga, maybe you can help us to respond to that.
Thank you very much, Denzel, for the question. What I can say is that feeling anxious is normal, but one needs to be aware of the signs of anxiety, like the intense feeling, excessive, rapid, fast heartbeat, sleeplessness, change in appetite, and so on and so on. So you need to know those symptoms of anxiety. And one need to know how could deal with the anxiety positively. So firstly, you need to know yourself, and you need to know the normal anxiety, and you need to know what triggers that particular anxiety at that particular time. So you need to acknowledge the root of anxiety. Now, I would encourage the students then to book a counseling session with a counselor using the DCCD app. I'm going to put it on announcement right now after I've talked. And again, the students can log in to our website as alluded to by Ms. Sidwaba, so that you can get more information on anxiety, and you also listen to the MP3 there or the podcast on exam anxiety. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sitsanga. Remember, colleagues, those that was mentioned by Dr. Sitsanga, the DCCD app, and if you check on the question and answers, the published responses, she will post up the link to the app now. Colleagues, the last question that actually came out quite strong from everybody is what student support systems are there and how do we access them? And I think that's actually a good way for us to lead into the program for tomorrow. So remember, tomorrow we got quite an exciting program for you. There have been snippets from the presenters being given away of what's in store for you tomorrow. So tomorrow we actually talk about understanding the Unisa learning management system and support portals. Learning management system, meaning My Unisa. And I've seen many questions on the current Q&A relating to where do I pick up this Amigo tools? Where do I see the announcements? Where do I see the discussions? Tomorrow, log on same time at 12 o'clock. You'll find the relevant links for tomorrow's session, and we'll be discussing understanding the Unisa learning management system, understanding how to submit assignments, how to download the study material, and also how to use these platforms by your mobile devices. We will also be talking about an introduction to Microsoft 365 and the different tools that are available to you, the different apps. We'll also talk about how to access and navigate the MS Teams platform, this exact platform that you are on, but also a different version of it, so that you will be able to engage with your lecturers and tutors, etc. We will then also talk about the most critical part, and I know many of you are right at the beginning thinking about this, the assessments that are waiting for you towards the end of the year. What type of online assessments are we implementing this year at Unisa? And we will unpack some of those elements tomorrow. And then as Ms. Bongi spoke about the breakaway sessions, so we will also schedule breakaway sessions for you from 25+1 to 4 o'clock, where you would then have an opportunity to engage specifically with your different regions and discuss topics such as the My Unisa password and access support, the My Life email password and access support, MS Teams support, assistance with accessing your tutorial letters, and the project site and online student support sessions. So you look for tomorrow, looking forward to tomorrow. You have some really good technical sessions that would help you in terms of digital, to unpack the digital competencies that are needed, but also unpack the digital terrain that is at Unisa. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. It's been 4.5 hours, and I'm looking at the time and I've still seen the numbers are quite high. 4.5 hours, and we still had good participation, good number of attendance. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us and making this very first day a success. I'd also like to quickly thank all our presenters for joining us and sharing their vast knowledge and also helping you to unpack what the Unisa environment works for you. So please join us tomorrow as we get ready for another exciting day with new speakers to unpack some of the other environmental issues in terms of teaching and learning. From my side, Denzel Chetty, I'd like to say good afternoon to each one of you. God bless, and I will see each one of you tomorrow. And please be here early so we can catch on with each other. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you. Bye-bye.